the Patriot Summit Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Martial law alert to change over to a new republic, new gold asset-backed economy, new legal system under common law, new health system under medbeds, new political system, and new education system. Let us pray. Judy notes the big question about the national debt was not that we were in debt $38 trillion, an unsustainable amount, but the more serious question was just who did we owe $38 trillion to? Since at least 1913, the deep state cabal has been confiscating our U.S. taxpayer dollars, sending them over to the UK Crown of England, then on to the Vatican, then out to their central banks, and then back to a New York bank, where they charged us interest to use our own monies, thus running up the $38 trillion national debt. Back in the Nixon era, we went off the gold standard and continued printing money, meaning there was nothing to back the U.S. federal dollar up. By the 2008 so-called mortgage crisis, which was really a bankruptcy finalization for the deep state cabal, the cabal could not even pay interest on their loan of gold, which no longer existed anyway. So now they say the cabal's private corporation of U.S. Inc. owes $38 trillion. Who owes the $38 trillion? The cabal? And who does the cabal owe the $38 trillion to? Themselves? Friday, May 8th, 2026. U.S. debt clock sounds the alarm. U.S. debt clock calls for gold-backed currency as $38 trillion bomb nears detonation. Real money reset. With no one taking responsibility for anything, it's going to take a martial law takeover and global currency reset to figure this all out. But then the U.S. has been operating under emergency military governance since 2021. Trump never left. He entered a higher command. Now with the final keys turned, the real republic is returning. And so is a gold-backed U.S. dollar. The global military alliance under direction of President Trump has spent years preparing for this announcement, quietly building a network of satellites and secure communication. Over it, President Trump will give 7 messages to the world about a new era of freedom about to begin. People are urged to stock up on food, cash, and essentials for themselves and to help others during a worldwide lockdown that could last 10 to 12 days. The military will have food and essentials on hand for those who need it. On Sunday, May 10th through Monday, May 11th, 2026, the Earth Alliance, in conjunction with Starlink and military satellites, will unleash the emergency broadcast system worldwide. Every cell phone on the planet will be hit with a loud, ear-piercing, unmistakable alert signal of 7 trumpets transmitting directly from Starlink satellites that will bypass traditional media channels controlled by the elite. We will be alerted to tune into our TVs or radios. Then for 10 days, there will be a complete information shutdown across the globe of mainstream media programming. The EBS will take over and air around the globe in 22 different languages, 8-hour videos, replaying 3 times a day for 10 days on the truth about thousands of treasonous, Satan-worshipping deep state cabal, deep state global elites around the world, their crimes, arrests, trials, and sentences. The age of deception has collapsed. The age of sovereignty has risen. Welcome to the other side of the storm. A new republic will host a better economy, plus improved legal, health, political, and education systems. EBS, blackout, martial law lockdowns. People are urged to stock up on food, cash, and essentials for themselves and to help others during a worldwide lockdown that could last 10 to 12 days. The military will have food and essentials on hand for those who need it. On Sunday, May 10th through Monday, May 11th, 2026, the Earth Alliance is in conjunction with Starlink and military satellites will unleash the emergency broadcast system worldwide. Every cell phone on the planet will be hit with a loud, ear-piercing, unmistakable alert signal of 7 trumpets transmitting directly from Starlink satellites, bypassing traditional media channels that are controlled by the elite. We will be alerted to tune in to our TVs or radios. For 10 days, there will be a complete information shutdown across the globe of mainstream media programming. The EBS will take over and air around the globe in 22 different languages, 8-hour videos replaying 3 times a day for 10 days. About the truth about thousands of treasonous, Satan-worshipping deep state global elites around the world, their crimes, arrests, trials, and carry out of sentences. During this time, banks will be closed and ATMs will not work, so they will be changed over to a new gold-backed financial system at the end of the 10 days. Our phones will only work for 911, though we can obtain an encrypted signal app from the military to allow phones to work over the new Starlink system. Our internet will not work during those 10 days, after which we will be connected to a new, faster, and more efficient quantum internet by the end of the month. After the 10 days, everything will change. The old systems of government, education, finance, health, trade, and commerce will all be dismantled and replaced for the better. It's the end of wars and financial and human enslavement, and beginnings of peace, prosperity, and freedom for all worldwide. This is Nino from ninoscorner.tv, and this is his morning show from a few days ago. And he's talking about something the White House advisor had issued an urgent warning, and people are panic buying in D.C.
It's best to prep and get ready. So I'm going to go into why people close to the president and people in D.C. are choosing to prep right now, and they're going to stores and they're emptying store shelves. Certain people in the know a lot of people are even just hiding away, leaving the cities. Really crazy stuff is happening right now from what I'm hearing, and I'm going to get into all of that and more. So this is getting to be a crazy time in American history, and Trump is a wartime president. He's not here for peace. He doesn't give a shit about your feelings. This is about winning the country back, and this is the guy I voted for, and he's doing it by rolling up his sleeves and getting his hands dirty. Sorry, but I'm going to tell you this right now. A lot of us, a lot of you, you may not make it if you're not preparing correctly. And I'm just going to say that because it's going to get treacherous. It's going to get hard. So, I call Trump the great exposer, right? He was the great exposer. He exposed everything. Now we're coming into, we did the ICE raids, more ICE raids to come, by the way. I'm hearing they're going to be very severe coming. Maduro was captured. Iran has been neutralized. We're still going to have some problems with Iran, from my understanding. They're not going to give up that easily, but they are neutralized as a nuclear threat. But that doesn't mean that the globalists don't have more tricks up their sleeves. And I'm hearing, yes, another boogeyman where people get sick is on its way. Lots of stuff in the pipeline, folks. They're not going to just roll over and play dead. They're not. This is going to get a lot more bumpy, a lot more turbulence.
Global currency reset. Thursday, May 7th. Bruce, notification for Tier 4B could come over the weekend with a toll-free number and an email, likely either Monday or Tuesday for Tier 4B appointments to start. Friday, May 8th, the Dallas-Fort Worth Redemption Center is now actively processing verified appointments and secure payouts throughout the day. A valid redemption access pass and confirmed appointment are required for entry. Walk-ins and unauthorized access will not be accepted. EBS Donald J. Trump on Telegram. On Sunday, May 10th, Starlink will power the emergency broadcast system exposing cabal crimes. Monday, May 11th, Tier 4B notifications arrive with new rates. Friday, May 15th, new gold-backed quantum financial ledger goes live.
Judy note, it is my opinion, and I very well could be wrong, that every citizen across the globe would receive, via text and email, a personal notification containing a code specific to the person that could be used to set an appointment at a redemption center near where they lived. There, people would set up their own wallet bank account on the new Starlink satellite system. Present bank account balances have already been mirrored onto the new wallet accounts. If the person had foreign currency to exchange or bonds to redeem, they could do it at the time of appointment. Wallets will already contain tariff dividends, monies reimbursed for improper loans and interest paid on mortgages, credit cards, etc., plus monies earned from use of birth certificates on the stock market. The general public was expected to begin their wallet setups after Thursday, the 4th of July, 2026. Those holding foreign currencies and bonds to redeem and exchange were expected to begin those redemption center appointments the early part of next week. Those holding Trump Gold products were believed to be doing their redemption center appointments right now.
Friday, May 8th, 2026. Major developments are unfolding right now, far from the spotlight, but with an impact that will soon be impossible to ignore. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Over the past 48 hours, select financial institutions connected to Tier 4B have begun receiving encrypted communications, signaling operational readiness. Trusted sources inside international banks have confirmed that test transactions using the ISO 20022 protocol are already live in select corridors, quietly shifting large sums under the radar. Key personnel from Tier 4B groups have been asked to remain on standby, with instructions to be ready for immediate action. Secure channels are buzzing with updates. Some have already seen notifications of pending liquidity releases. This is no longer speculation. The process has started. Meanwhile, several governments are holding emergency sessions behind closed doors, adjusting regulations to accommodate the new financial architecture. Insiders report that old systems are being quietly dismantled and the first waves of asset revaluation are in motion. If you're reading this, understand the reset isn't just coming, it's underway. The public will soon see the effects, but those paying attention are already witnessing history in real time. Stay informed and be prepared. The world as you know it is about to transform. Friday, May 8th, 2026. The vault is emptying. They're not telling you this on the news. Mr. Poole, final chapter. France, quietly between July 2025 and January 2026. Pulled all 129 tons of gold out of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. Every last bar gone. $15 billion back to Paris. France did not repatriate for profit. They repatriated because they were told the old vault is closing. India, 104 tons repatriated. China bought more gold in March 2026 than in over a year. Record purchases month after month. Germany requested emergency repatriation in April, not public yet. The Federal Reserve Vault in Manhattan, the one that held the world's gold for 80 years, is hemorrhaging. Fortune magazine yesterday, different from anything in the past, 80 years of dollar dominance. Apollo's CEO yesterday warned of a total geopolitical reset. MSN yesterday literally aired a segment called Claims of a Coming Financial System Reset. They're saying it out loud now, but they won't tell you why. Everyone is pulling their gold at the same time. Here's why. You don't leave your gold in a vault. That's about to change management. Trump flies to Beijing May 14th, meets Xi. The summit isn't about tariffs. It's not about TikTok. It's about the multilateral settlement protocol, the document that restructures how nations settle debt. BRICS already launched their system, gold-backed, dollar-independent, $245 trillion in yuan transactions through SIPs in 2025 alone. The infrastructure is built, the gold is moved, the players are seated. When every major nation pulls its gold from your vault at the same time, that's not diversification, that's an evacuation. May 14th, Trump signs in Beijing. May 15th, the new ledger goes live. The dollar isn't collapsing, it's being retired. And the gold? It's not going home, it's going to the new vault. What we think we know as of Saturday, May 9th, 2026. Friday, May 8th, Gavin Newsom and Jennifer Newsom diverted fire aid money into their own nonprofit. Jennifer Newsom also personally pocketed over $4 million through California Volunteers, which was created by Gavin Newsom within the Office of the First Partner, which is an office Gavin Newsom also created. Now we're finding out that Gavin's wife has personally netted over $4 million through this nebulous organization. California Volunteers, a weird NPO that Gavin simply made up for her within the office of the first partner, but nobody can fully explain what they actually do. Well, now it's a pretty California thing for rich dudes to make up fake businesses that burn money so their wives can stay busy and keep distracted from their affairs. It's time to investigate and arrest Gavin Newsom. How much evidence do we need? Why is he so untouchable? They are stealing millions, just so we are clear. This is two separate organizations. Fire aid money was sent to California Volunteers Fund, which is NGO Newsom's wife is involved in, and California Volunteers, which is a government agency under the office of the governor. We are being robbed blind by these criminals. And Friday, May 8th, explosive report, Fauci's 2017 surprise outbreak prediction about the Trump administration resurfaces. Viral video reignites national debate. Friday, May 8th, breaking explosive report, Venezuela list explodes. Maduro links 60 U.S. senators to multi-million-dollar bribe allegations. Friday, May 8th, the note. Yesterday, a judge unsealed Epstein's suicide note, Mr. Poole, final chapter on Telegram, hidden for 6 years inside a graphic novel in his cell, found by his cellmate, sealed by the court until now. It is a treat to be able to choose one's time to say goodbye. Read that again, slowly. A man facing life in prison, surrounded by the most powerful surveillance system on earth, writes a goodbye letter? Hides it in a comic book and nobody finds it for 6 years? No. That note wasn't written by him, it was written for him. What they don't want you to ask, why release it now? 3.5 million pages already out. Names exposed. Lutnick dragged before Congress this week. Gates, Musk, Tisch, all in the files. But the real list, the one with the operations, the accounts, the island logistics is still sealed. They released the note to close the story, to make you believe it's over, that he's gone. He's not gone. August 10th, 2019, camera malfunction, 2 guards asleep, body removed in 14 minutes. No independent autopsy. Hyoid bone broken, consistent with strangulation, not hanging. The note is the script they gave him before extraction. Ask yourself, why is Trump pushing to release everything? UFO files, JFK, now Epstein, because he knows the real list drops before June. The names on it will end careers, collapse foundations, and trigger extradition orders across 7 countries. They gave you the note to make
Mountain Goat, has the reforms already helped in speeding up diversification of revenues? Article, Customs Automation halves demand for dollars, an economist reveals a radical shift in Iraq's foreign remittances. Looks like implementing the customs and tariffs is working to not only bring in revenues besides the petrodollar but also is assisting in reducing the parallel market. Seems to me, the nail has already been driven on the coffin of the parallel market. This article enforces why it is so important to control the parallel market and the connection to our long-awaited RV and reinstatement. I would consider this article our wow news for today. Bruce, the big call, via Wiser Now, what we're getting, 4 or 5 different, unrelated sources, we're getting very good information about notifications. Could be over the weekend, it's possible we would get notified with the toll-free number in our emails on Saturday. But what about exchanges? If we wouldn't start on Sunday, which is Mother's Day, would we start Monday or Tuesday? Yes, I'm hearing either of those 2 days is possible for the start exchanges. Could we get notified Monday and start exchanges on Tuesday, the 12th? I think that's very, very likely that that's going to be what it's going to be. Ariel, the old bank's resistance protecting parallel market skims and militia flows is being steamrolled. A meaningful revaluation plus redenomination, delete the zeros, becomes structural survival, not optional policy. Tom, question, I found redemption centers but they are online. How can you find a redemption center in person? I live in the South. Emo, I am staying with banks. They are at least insured. I have heard a few confusing things about these redemption centers, so I have other plans. Similarities between the dinar and the dong: both currencies are controlled by their central banks. Neither one floats freely on the open market, both of them have a street price. Both communities have long-term holders that believe the official rate is too low. Millions of Americans are sitting on both currencies for the same basic reason. We believe the real value hasn't been priced in yet. Both governments are intentionally holding the rate down. Question: what dinar price in dollar would be disappointing for you? Anything below $3.22 would surprise me. Anything over $1 and I would be truly grateful. Stephen, dinar for dummies. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent ex-post, like a rogue gang, the Iranian regime is pillaging resources that rightfully belong to the Iraqi people. Treasury will not stand idly by as Iran's military exploits Iraqi oil to fund TM against the United States and our partner. That's incredible that he came out and made that public statement. This is not a negative in any way. This is all positive. We got to get through this as wisely as possible and as stress-free as possible and get ready for the next wave of things that are coming. I believe the Iraqi dinar will revalue. I believe a few other currencies will possibly revalue. Start planning ahead. What do I do when that even happens? The Iraq dinar is just the beginning, it's not the end. Frank 26, KTFA, Boot on the Ground Guru Omar, television is saying the United States of America is saying it's urgent that the new Prime Minister form his government without any ties to any Iranian influence in your government. That could be the holdup because a couple of those names had ties to Iran. Frank, yeah, that's why you don't have a government yet. The white papers are the instructions for the monetary reform of Iraq. Samson, article, Washington calls on the new Iraqi government to sever its ties with Iranian-backed groups. Article, Eco-Iraq Observatory, 70% of the government curriculum is copied from the white paper. Sandy Ingram, the Iraqi government has found a new way to export oil out of the country. We applaud Iraq for adapting to the situation in the Middle East and for making decisions that advance the government and the economy. Jeff, we've had a lot of false alarms in this. I will admit that. Part of the reason why we've had a lot of false alarms, for one, this is a huge learning experience because we don't have a dinar for dummies book revealing every step in this. Unless you know every step. Plus, 2012 they suggested they were going to do it. 2014 they suggested, December 20th 2020 they suggested they were going to do it. During the first half of 2025 year they were putting out a whole bunch of articles about minting coins. The point is, without knowing every step, it's a speculative unknown investment making it very difficult to study. Claire, KTFA, article, Government Advisor, Ongoing Measures to Strengthen the Stability of the Dinar and Ensure the Sustainable Supply of Cash Dollars. Quote, the central bank informed the Ministry of Finance late last year that the exchange rate adopted for the purposes of preparing the draft federal budget law for 2026 would be around 1,300 dinars per dollar. This reflects the continued adherence to the fixed official rate adopted since February 2023, which is an important indicator of stability for the market and its expectations. Militiaman, Iraq is getting very sophisticated at this stage. They've had a lot of help and I think they've been using the guidance of the Central Bank of Iraq with the United States Treasury, Bank of International Settlements, IMF etc. Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, the big question about the national debt was not that we were in debt $38 trillion, an unsustainable amount, but the more serious question was just who did we owe $38 trillion to? Since at least 1913 the deep state cabal has been confiscating our U.S. taxpayer dollars, sending them over to the UK Crown of England, then on to the Vatican, then out to their central banks, and then back to a New York bank, where they charged us interest to use our own monies, thus running up the $38 trillion national debt. Back in the Nixon era we went off the gold standard and continued printing money, meaning there was nothing to back the U.S. federal dollar up. By the 2008 so-called mortgage crisis, which was really a bankruptcy finalization for the deep state cabal, the cabal couldn't even pay interest on their loan of gold, which no longer existed anyway. So now they say the cabal's private corporation of U.S. Incorporated owes $38 trillion. Who owes the $38 trillion? The cabal. And who does the cabal owe the $38 trillion to? Themselves. Friday, May 8, 2026, warning, U.S. debt clock sounds the alarm. U.S. debt clock calls for gold-backed currency as $38 trillion bomb nears detonation, real money reset. With no one taking responsibility for anything, it's going to take a martial law takeover and global currency reset to figure this all out. But then, the U.S. has been operating under emergency military governance since 2021. Trump never left. He entered a higher command. Now with the final keys turned, the real republic is returning, and so is a gold-backed U.S. dollar. The global military alliance under direction of President Trump has spent years preparing for this announcement, quietly building a network of satellites and secure communication. Over it, President Trump will give 7 messages to the world about a new era of freedom about to begin. People are urged to stock up on food, cash and essentials for themselves and to help others during a worldwide lockdown that could last 10 to 12 days. The military will have food and essentials on hand for those who need it. On Sunday 10th of May through Monday, May 11, 2026, the Earth Alliance, in conjunction with Starlink and military satellites, will unleash the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, worldwide. Every cell phone on the planet will be hit with a loud, ear-piercing, unmistakable alert signal of 7 trumpets transmitting directly from Starlink satellites, that will bypass traditional media channels controlled by the elite. We will be alerted to tune into our TVs or radios. Then for 10 days there will be a complete information shutdown across the globe of mainstream media programming. The EBS will take over and air around the globe in 22 different languages, 8-hour videos, replaying 3 times a day for 10 days, on the truth about thousands of treasonous Satan-worshipping deep state global elites around the world, their crimes, arrests, trials and sentences. The age of deception has collapsed. The age of sovereignty has risen. Welcome to the other side of the storm. A new republic will host a better economy, plus improved legal, health, political, and education systems. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Friday, May 8, 2026, boom. The world of clones, body doubles, clones or masks. You decide. Friday, May 8, 2026, there was proof that Queen Elizabeth was hanged at Gitmo in 2019. Possible timing. On Friday, May 8, 2026 at 5:05 EST, the White House triggered the final phase. As of 1 p.m. EST, the EBS was overriding all mainstream narratives and the quantum financial system was fully synchronized with NISR protocols. Final confirmation codes were transmitted through the QFS lattice. BRICS fully activated gold-backed QFS in 209 nations. Trump controls sovereign treasury. Fiat collapses. On Saturday, May 9, 2026, 48-hour prep for Jezar wealth drop. Stock up as banks transition. On Friday, May 15, 2026, planetary medbed coverage complete. Trump declares the death of Big Pharma and birth of quantum freedom. Rescued children and seniors regenerate. WWG1G, the best is yet to come. EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns. People are urged to stock up on food, cash and essentials for themselves and to help others during a worldwide lockdown that could last 10 to 12 days. The military will have food and essentials on hand for those who need it. On Sunday 10th of May through Monday, May 11, 2026, the Earth Alliance, in conjunction with Starlink and military satellites, will unleash the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, worldwide. Every cell phone on the planet will be hit with a loud, ear-piercing, unmistakable alert signal of 7 trumpets transmitting directly from Starlink satellites, bypassing traditional media channels that are controlled by the elite. We will be alerted to tune into our TVs or radios. For 10 days there will be a complete information shutdown across the globe of mainstream media programming. The EBS will take over and air around the globe in 22 different languages. 8-hour videos, replaying 3 times a day for 10 days, about the truth about thousands of treasonous Satan-worshipping deep state global elites around the world, their crimes, arrests, trials and carry out of sentences. During this time banks will be closed and ATMs will not work, so they will be changed over to a new gold-backed financial system at the end of the 10 days. Our phones will only work for 911, though we can obtain an encrypted signal app from the military to allow phones to work over the new Starlink system. Our internet will not work during those 10 days. after which we will be connected to a new faster and more efficient quantum internet by the end of the month. After the 10 days, everything will change. The old systems of government, education, finance, health, trade and commerce will all be dismantled and replaced for the better. It's the end of wars and financial and human enslavement and beginnings of peace, prosperity and freedom for all worldwide. E-Global Currency Reset, Thursday, May 7, 2026. Bruce, notification for Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, could come over the weekend with the toll-free number in an email. Likely either Moan or Twos for Tier 4B appointments to start. Friday, May 8, 2026. The Dallas-Fort Worth Redemption Center is now actively processing verified appointments and secure payouts throughout the day. A valid redemption access pass and confirmed appointment are required for entry. Walk-ins and unauthorized access will not be accepted. EBS Donald J. Trump on Telegram. Martial law enables worldwide arrests of the guilty. On Monday, May 11, 2026, Tier 4B notifications arrive with new rates. On Friday, May 15, 2026, the new gold-backed quantum financial ledger goes live. Judy note, it is my opinion, and I very well could be wrong, that every citizen across the globe would receive, via text and email, a personal notification containing a code specific to the person, that could be used to set an appointment at a redemption center near where they lived. There, people would set up their own wallet, bank account, on the new Starlink satellite system. Present bank account balances have already been mirrored onto the new wallet accounts. If the person had foreign currency to exchange, or bonds to redeem, they could do it at the time of appointment. Wallets will already contain tariff dividends, monies reimbursed for improper loans and interest paid on mortgages, credit cards, etc., plus monies earned from use of birth certificates on the stock market. The general public was expected to begin their wallet setups after Thursday, July 4, 2026. Those holding foreign currencies and bonds to redeem and exchange were expected to begin those redemption center appointments the early part of next week. Those holding Trump Gold products were believed to be doing their redemption center appointments right now. Friday, May 8, 2026. Major developments are unfolding right now. Far from the spotlight, but with an impact that will soon be impossible to ignore. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Over the past 48 hours, select financial institutions connected to Tier 4B have begun receiving encrypted communications signaling operational readiness. Trusted sources inside international banks have confirmed that test transactions using the ISO 20022 protocol are already live in select corridors, quietly shifting large sums under the radar. Key personnel from Tier 4B groups have been asked to remain on standby, with instructions to be ready for immediate action. Secure channels are buzzing with updates, some have already seen notifications of pending liquidity releases. This is no longer speculation, the process has started. Meanwhile, several governments are holding emergency sessions behind closed doors, adjusting regulations to accommodate the new financial architecture. Insiders report that old systems are being quietly dismantled, and the first waves of asset revaluation are in motion. If you're reading this, understand, the reset isn't just coming, it's underway. The public will soon see the effects, but those paying attention are already witnessing history in real time. Stay informed and be prepared. The world as you know it is about to transform. Friday, May 8, 2026. The vault is emptying. They're not telling you this on the news. Mr. Poole Final Chapter, France, quietly, between July 2025 and January 2026. Pulled all 129 tons of gold out of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. Every last bar. Gone. $15 billion. Back to Paris. France didn't repatriate for profit. They repatriated because they were told the old vault is closing. India, 104 tons. Repatriated. China, bought more gold in March 2026 than in over a year. Record purchases. Month after month. Germany, requested emergency repatriation in April. Not public yet. The Federal Reserve Vault in Manhattan, the one that held the world's gold for 80 years, is hemorrhaging. Fortune magazine, yesterday, different from anything in the past 80 years of dollar dominance. Apollo's CEO, yesterday, warned of a total geopolitical reset. MSN, yesterday, literally aired a segment called Claims of a Coming Financial System Reset. They're saying it out loud now. But they won't tell you why everyone is pulling their gold at the same time. Here's why: you don't leave your gold in a vault that's about to change management. Trump flies to Beijing May 14. Meets Xi. The summit isn't about tariffs. It's not about TikTok. It's about the Multilateral Settlement Protocol, the document that restructures how nations settle debt. BRICS already launched their system. Gold-backed. Dollar-independent. $245 trillion in yuan transactions through SIPs in 2025 alone. The infrastructure is built. The gold is moved. The players are seated. When every major nation pulls its gold from your vault at the same time, that's not diversification. That's an evacuation. May 14th, Trump signs in Beijing. May 15th, the new ledger goes live. The dollar isn't collapsing. It's being retired. And the gold? It's not going home. It's going to the new vault. The Quantum 1K. What we think we know as of Saturday, May 9, 2026, Friday, May 8, 2026, Gavin Newsom and Jennifer Newsom diverted fire aid money into their own nonprofit. Jennifer Newsom also personally pocketed over $4 million through California Volunteers, which was created by Gavin Newsom within the office of the first partner, which is an office Gavin Newsom also created. Now we are finding out that Gavin's wife has personally netted over $4 million through this nebulous organization. Cal Volunteers, a weird NPO that Gavin simply made up for her within the office of the first partner, but nobody can fully explain what they actually do. Well, now it's a pretty California thing for rich dudes to make up fake businesses that burn money so their wives can stay busy and keep distracted from their affairs. It's time to investigate and arrest Gavin Newsom. How much evidence do we need? Why is he so untouchable? They're stealing millions. Just so we're clear, this is two separate organizations. Fire aid money was sent to California Volunteers Fund, which is NGO Newsom's wife is involved in, and California Volunteers, which is a government agency under the office of the governor. We are being robbed blind by these criminals. Friday, May 8, 2026, explosive report. Fauci's 2017 surprise outbreak prediction about the Trump administration resurfaces. Viral video reignites national debate. Friday, May 8, 2026, breaking, explosive report. Venezuela list explodes. Maduro links 60 U.S. senators to multi-million bribe allegations. Full list in documents. Friday, May 8, 2026, bombshell. New claims from Malik Obama reignite birth certificate scandal. Kenyan origins document surfaces. Globalist cover-up back in the spotlight. The document references Executive Order 14,263, the same order that declassifies suppressed medical patents, as the legal framework enabling civilian deployment. The pharmaceutical industry spends $374 million per year lobbying Congress. They have blocked every frequency-based therapy from FDA approval for 80 years. But this deployment does not go through the FDA. It is classified as a military to civilian technology transfer under the Defense Production Act. They cannot lobby against what they cannot see. And by the time it becomes public, the devices will already be installed. And Friday, May 8, 2026, the note. Yesterday a judge unsealed Epstein's suicide note, Mr. Poole, final chapter on Telegram, hidden for 6 years inside a graphic novel in his cell. Found by his cellmate. Sealed by the court. Until now. It is a treat to be able to choose one's time to say goodbye. Read that again. Slowly. A man facing life in prison, surrounded by the most powerful surveillance system on Earth, writes a goodbye letter, hides it in a comic book, and nobody finds it for 6 years. No. That note wasn't written by him. It was written for him. What they don't want you to ask, why release it now? 3.5 million pages already out. Names exposed. Lutnick dragged before Congress this week. Gates. Musk. Tisch. All in the files. But the real list, the one with the operations, the accounts, the island logistics, is still sealed. They released the note to close the story. To make you believe it's over. That he's gone. He's not gone.
What's up, folks? Welcome to Nino's Corner.tv. I'm back with a ghost. This long anticipated podcast, man. We've been planning this for, I think I haven't had you on for like a few weeks. People have been really
going on a month, I think.
Yeah, people have been thirsting at the well, Ghost. They've been asking me to bring you back on. So let's cover all this, man. Let's get into this where we're at right now. The Trump operation, okay? And now the Iran war seems to be pretty much controlled. But hantavirus. Now here comes hantavirus. I'm thinking in my mind, this is, They know what's coming. They know indictments, arrests are coming, and they know it's just around the corner. They can feel the hot air breathing on their ass.
Oh yeah.
Thanks for joining me, Ghost.
Always good to be here, buddy. Yeah, it's interesting times, very, to say the least. But yeah, it's there's now is the time for certain thresholds, and I think that's what we're seeing in response to that. This ridiculous that virus has been around forever. There's many variants of it. It's not a it's not a raise the flag upside down type thing yet, but it does show that the usual suspects are up to their usual bullshit again. And, here we are.
Right. And it seems to me like they're doing this right on time for the indictments, arrests, and midterms.
Yeah, especially since a lot of the redistricting has been going against them. And they're just losing traction. They've been, in effect, as I've said, and others have said, but I've said it for many years, they're an operational arm for foreign interests. And that's what they've been doing. That's what they're about. And all I can say is the truth about many of them, if not all of them, has to come out. Enough is enough is enough. The public's not getting dumber. They're getting smarter every day. And it's a wonderful thing to see. And they're not going to be satisfied.
Warp speed awakening, man. That's why I'm saying this hantavirus is not. They're not going to dupe us again. Maybe the low, the low IQ.
They'll always get them.
Slumbering, mumbling, walking the earth still like a sloth, and they're still here. And I think
drooling in their masks.
Yeah, drooling in their masks. They're still, they're here. They're among us, but they're going to be gone soon. I think. I mean. I've heard the 6G rollout in 2028 was when they were planning to do this hantavirus as everything went on schedule, but they're having to push the card sooner. Any truth? Because if you can even look it up, the 6G rollout's going to happen at the end of, I guess, 2028, 29, 30.
I don't know if they're having to push it out sooner. I think groups have decided to push something out sooner. And it's all desperation, except let's put it this way. This time, if they try to pull it in a COVID style, from what I understand, there's going to be repercussions, and it's not playtime. It's not time to talk. It's, no, you do this, lead poisoning kind of thing.
Yeah.
And, again, a lot of the names that are not known, but will be known soon enough. They will be known soon enough. And, same game, different day. Just, change a little bit of the packaging. And, what remains to be seen yet still is if there's been engineering. Who's pushing it out there? If it's not a natural occurrence, so far it appears as if it's okay, this is pretty much, but we've had these convenient stories over and over and over, and none of them are true in the past.
There's a video of the cruise ship captain coming out. There's no reason to be alarmed, and they've scrubbed that off the internet. But I saw it, and I saw what he was saying, and to me, this also goes all the way back to Gene Hackman. Gene Hackman and his wife, they died. That I'm like, oh, so that's that was like my first clue or red flag. I was like, okay, so the hantavirus is what they're going to use here.
Yeah, that's some idiots, and hopefully it's not been a let's say souped up version to match certain, let's say certain surface proteins for bonding, and I so far it doesn't point to that, but who the hell knows? We won't know until we know. Bottom line.
So, do you think maybe, they're waiting for some kind of a gathering like the World Cup to blame it on that and say, because the World Cup,
It's
that's
awful convenient,
it's coming.
isn't it?
Isn't that like this summer?
Kansas City, I believe.
Okay, so there
And
you go. That's the
who's one of
perfect
the teams
spread.
in it? Argentina. Where did they trace this origin back to? A couple taking pictures at a landfill of birds in Argentina.
Mm.
I've heard several different versions, but that's that's the latest one that uh, let's say came across the wire. Okay, dumb place to be, especially in a third world country. Well, to a second world. Here it comes with all the fanfare, the media. You know, this is also patently obvious at this point, the way things are done. I think that's the big takeaway with it all right now, before, let's say, the data is in to render some type of discernment or verdict on it.
I just think this is going to end before it begins, man. That's just my feeling. I don't think they're going to accomplish
Yeah,
it. That's just what I think. I don't think it's going to come.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. I think it was a dumb thing to do. I think it showed their hand once again, or it showed a hand that was wanted to be seen. People are seeing it, and yeah. And what other distractions do we have? The situation in Iran is what it is. It's going to reach an inevitable conclusion sooner than later. They've already telegraphed Cuba. A lot is starting to get out there on that.
What's going
And
to happen with Cuba?
Cuba, the same thing with their next, let's say.
Same
And
thing in
it's
Venezuela.
Venezuela, basically. And it'll be its own thing because every country is unique and every geopolitical and political situation is unique. But they're already panicking down there. And the people want one thing there. They want U.S. statehood for one
Yeah.
reason.
Oh, they
They
want
don't
to.
ever want this happening again to them. No more, no more. And if I see one more Che Guevara t-shirt or hat, I'm going to punch the son of a bitch in the face, man or woman. I don't care. If people only knew their world history and did their homework with regard to certain personalities of the past, they wouldn't be wearing these t-shirts. And you've got an island, 99% of them will tell you what that means. And so, again, another holdout for the globalists is Cuba, always has been. It
But
was
they
back,
know we're coming, man. I mean, you saw Rubio
yeah,
taking a picture with the general right there,
yeah,
shaking his hand next to like a Cuban map, or something like that, right?
yeah. I mean, and you have in Cuban intelligence, you have a very competent group of people, the well-trained Cuban military, competent with let's say, with what equipment they have. And they've always been, they've relied for the last 60 something years on the Soviet model and always being propped up. And now that game ran out a long time ago, 25 years ago. And now it's come time to pay the bill. Well, the bottom line is we don't want countries where footholds for globalism can cause trouble. The furthest thing from what you'd look at, the ones actually doing it, the trouble they cause always has a different and distant flavor than to them. It's always something people argue over, look at, follow, but it's never, they're finally getting a view of the bigger picture
But let me just
repetitively.
cut in for a second here. You'll see
Sure.
people like, obviously what we're seeing here, what we know is happening, right? My audience does too, is we're watching Trump roll up his sleeves and take away these PowerPoints from the globalists, right? He's taking
Exactly.
away these chokeholds from them. He's removing it. He's releasing us from their grip. But you see people like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, are they only getting a fraction of? I mean, they seem to be so smart, but they're not. I mean, how are
They're
they
not.
not understanding this? I'm like, is this an act? Is this theater? Because I know you guys are smarter than this.
This is theater. Why? I don't
I don't
know.
know.
I
I
don't.
don't know if it's theater.
I don't know if it's good guys doing it, bad guys doing it at this point. And you know what? I honestly don't care. They just need to, people just need to take their words with a healthy dose of wisdom and discernment, because they're just saying a lot of. I mean, some of the things Carlson has said, it's like, are you serious?
Yeah.
Are you? This is coming out of your mouth. And then yes, Candace
Do you
Owens
think
with
it's?
her
You think it's a?
flights.
Do you think they're? I
I
mean,
think there's more to it
they're
than
like, oh, he's a
what we're
warmonger.
just
He's
looking.
turned on us. You know.
No, and they know better. He knows better than that. So it's who's putting the butter on his bread, and obviously we know where that is in the Middle East. There's 1.5 billion, I think, was put into his broadcast and his
Really? By
uh,
who?
Alps by Middle Easterners. I think from
Allegedly.
Qatar,
Allegedly,
from
right?
Qatar, allegedly. Well, yeah, allegedly, of course, but I'm pretty sure.
I respect Tucker Carlson. I've always been a fan of his. I've always been a fan
Me
of.
too.
I think what Candace is doing with Erica Kirk is phenomenal. It's genius. But then she goes on to this. Then she just goes off the reservation with the Iran war. And I get it. Nobody wants war, right? Nobody wants war. But he's
No,
cleaning up the globalist strongholds, man. That's all
exactly.
he's doing. And I guess you have to be part of this channel or others that are on Rumble and other podcasts, like a real niche group, QAnons, whatever, however, whoever. There's a lot of us, but it's a niche group still to really understand how this is the strategy behind Trump's what looks like madness, the method behind the madness.
Yeah. I mean, people are addicted to 3 to 5 to 10 minute sound bites, and that you're supposed to get reality and truth in a mainstream media soundbite or a 5 minute story. No, you're getting propagandized. That's what's happening to the majority of people. And what you're saying is absolutely spot on. The reason they do that is larger discussions bring on larger pictures. They do not want the vast majority of people seeing the bigger picture. And that's been both good and bad over the past decade in particular. So, and I think we're in a good position. And again, the way the entire methodology of how news gets out there, information, data, evidence, facts, is right now at a point so beyond. Fubar is kind to that. It is more than fucked up beyond all recognition. You see the stuff that's total lies, total fabrications, AI produced, all the ingredients. And there's various groups out there, countries, nation states also doing this. They're not helping at certain levels. They're not helping, but they're keeping up the facades in doing that. Now, China, that's one country where the motivation would be a little different and a lot more complex in certain ways, but they're in no shape right now, nor do they want conflict of any kind. Nobody wants that. The idea here is, and in the end, everyone benefits with this takedown. Everyone benefits from it. And
Ghost, let me ask you this.
it's here. It's here.
Trump's planning to do this Golden Dome. He's building a ballroom with military facilities under the ballroom. It sure does seem to me, man, with these projects that he plans to be here a little bit longer than just 2 more years. I think it's kind
Could
of obvious
be,
to everybody, right?
could be, or it could be that he's making damn well sure that the next, let's say, wave of bureaucrats, however many of them are not of the right mind, they can't do nearly as much damage as they would like to do, as they had traditionally done for their masters in the past. And so no matter how it works out, I'm not going to sit here and venture to guess whether he's going to be president another 4 years. Could he do it lawfully, constitutionally? I think there's plenty of ways, and people I've talked to also say the same things. There's several ways that can be done, simply by prosecuting a lot of what and who we know to have committed crimes. And there are hundreds of thousands direct and millions almost as direct, about 6 million worldwide. The problem has always been, and now it got to the point in the last 30 years to where it was too much. Nothing could survive it, meaning the global situation would have gone all to hell. Corruption. And that's something that I have never deviated from, and others have never deviated from, in saying it's the corruption. And again, it's not who's corrupt, it's who's not corrupt. Simple as that.
I've heard that the next 6 to 9 months, and I think I've heard from you as well, but a few others, Juan, a lot of other people have told me, man, the next 6 to 9 months are going to be very dangerous for America.
It's not going to be a cakewalk. It will not be a cakewalk. But
I mean, what are we looking at?
I think
Pandemic.
we're looking at a combination of things. Economics, first and foremost. They're trying to really milk this whole any way they can, this Iran situation, to mess with the global economy, and then we become the bad guy in that respect. And there's enough backed up ships right now that if they had to have naval escort for every one of them, it would take about a year to clean up the logjam. And that's at current rates. But again, they've got to sweep the Strait of Hormuz. They've got to sweep it of mines. They've got to make sure it's clear. And there's, even Lloyd's is not writing policies on every ship. And every load is a new policy. It's not like life insurance or health insurance. It's, each ship has a specific policy for what it's carrying, where it's going, what waters it will be traversing, and a lot of factors that go into it. Well, they're not even writing them. And that is a major loss. Insurance is a racket.
Yeah.
All right. So think of one of the economic hardships being insuring these loads and then keeping the prices of these loads, preserving some of the materials while they're sitting here playing this game. So how this is all going to shake out, it can shake out any number of ways. We're going to see that soon enough. But I do think there's one thing that some are talking about, that the Iranian people should have stepped up by now. No, they're being prepared for that. Their weapons are getting to them. They are doing certain things.
Is that what's happening? Are that's what I've heard. They are being given weapons for a revolution, correct? To stand up and take back the government?
For them to take back their country.
Wow. Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's part of these peace talks. Everybody knew what the end result would be. But what you do is you take that 60 days of time that this rabid, retarded Congress would then take, and you put that clock on hold for those 2 or 3 weeks that you're going to have these so-called talks. In the meantime, you're rearming the bombs, the missiles, you're rotating ships to nearby ports where they can be restocked with missiles or whatever else they need. You have tenders heading out that way, restocking everything basically. And at the same time, yeah, a lot of covert, let's say, multinational covert operations are going on to help get the people to the point where they feel confident enough that they've got the munitions and a flow of them, that when they start pulling the trigger, plus a little training, you've got to do that. You've got to train people who can then train others. And all of that has been going on. And when you have a 2-week or 3-week break in hostilities, well, that's the time when all these things really step up. And first and foremost, you're replenishing munitions and all your stocks that are required out there. You're also repositioning troops on the ground. You're doing a lot of things, but you're also working heavily with the people of Iran who are not afraid to do it.
Man, I don't have much faith in the youth today across the board, not just in America, but like, I mean, they have to pull them away from their social media first, Ghost. I'm serious. Like, this is
yeah.
I mean, there are a lot of them are going to be like, fuck it. I have my phone, my computer. I'm good.
No, you're not good, but you keep thinking that way. Not you. I mean, whoever thinks that way, just keep on thinking that way. But, it's.
I mean, I'm telling you, man, like the youth today is not that hard ass testosterone.
Gone.
Dude, they don't have that ambition, that motivation, that drive, that testosterone. They're happy being quarantined, dude. Like, they're fine with it. They just stay at home and play on a computer. Like,
haven't they been quarantined their whole lives with these devices?
Yeah. Yes. You don't see kids playing outside anymore, bro. Remember back in the day, you'd hear kids playing outside all the time?
Yeah. I could do the whole thing. We drank from a garden hose.
Yeah.
Yeah. We mowed the lawn in flip-flops because your dad gave you a quarter for a gallon of gas.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's I think that's across the board. I don't think that's just in America. I think it's any civilized. Iran is pretty civilized. I mean, yeah, they have a regime in place, but they're still on their internet and playing. I mean, I just think it's across the board.
It's not as bad. I would say that it's not as bad there. They are big on education. What else do you have to do? Get beat up by the state police or, go to school? I'd pick school if I were over there. Try to stay away from those guys. But now that they're up against they are against the ropes. I just think there's a lot of things going on with other countries, allies. We're seeing what's happening, obviously, with NATO. And all of this restructuring is what I was referring to back in September of last year, August, September, when I was saying it's going to be a realignment of nations and it will surprise people. Whoever thought, most people would have in their condition thinking would have never, we're not going to, NATO is a institution, an institution. There are no institutions anymore. That's all, again, the nature of the institution as it exists now, by and large, is vestigial. It's an appendix. You can live without it. It's not even necessary for the most part.
I'm just showing what Iran looks like now so people can get an understanding.
Yeah. They're modern. Yeah. And they're not, don't call them Arabs because they're not. They're their own people, primarily the Persian, but, the thing is they are an educated population compared to surrounding countries and even compared to most countries on the planet. And they're hardworking, industrious, creative people. So you're looking at in Iran. Let's put it this way: a lot of bad guys have had a lot of time to set up a lot of nasty stuff, and the vast majority, and people can take a lesson from this. Think about it. Little, give or take, around the 5 million mark was your IRGC or your Islamist government and servants to that system, foreign, domestic and foreign. The other 90 million are not. And yes, there's disagreements among them, just like there are here or anywhere else. There's always disagreements on how things should be done. But one thing they are all in agreement of is that the Islamic State has to go. They were burning mosques left and right. That's their way of expressing their, let's say, distaste. You have many different religious groups in Iran, and most of them don't. They do not want. You'll probably see them not settle on a constitutional monarchy. All right, the interim will be the prince. That will be just to allow, as he has stated himself over and over and over again, until the Iranian people decide. They've got to get to that point where they decide. Basically, we do have to kick them in the nuts really hard one more time and cause that last vestige of command and control of, in particular, IRGC to crumble, and let the people then feel confident. I'm sure there's all that's being worked over there by us and other countries, us in Israel mainly, is being done in a very careful way, so that when it is time to say to them in their networks over there, it's time to move, they're not only going to be ready, but they're going to be wanting to do it. And I know there's others here that disagree with that, but you're dealing with a population. You have to look at it that way first, as human beings first, and then consumers. And
I just think the fighters there, like we said, handing weapons to the civilians to take back the country. I just don't think they're made to do that. I think the only ones there that have any fight in them are the radical nuts. The Sharia law or whatever Muslims that have taken over that country, hijacked it. I feel like they're the only ones that have the fight in them to do anything.
Think about this. If we have 350 million. All right, let's do the ratio.
I mean, I could be wrong. I mean,
we'd have over 300 million that would be rabidly against 40 million. It would be a mess, believe me. But even if the population were larger, then it's a whole different dynamic in reality, but it's still the same sentiment at the base of it all. I've seen enough, and I know people who worked extensively over there, and the Iranians I've known, they're all very, especially especially the Christian ones. They're like, no, we're done with this. We're done with it. Anybody that said the wrong thing, spoke the wrong things. The secret police was there is a pretty nasty beast, and I know it's hard to see that. We're here, not there. But basically, you're getting a population now that is 1.3 or 1.8 million per dollar of the I believe it's the real. They're suffering. Their so-called leaders, and this is another vestigial aspect. This type of leadership, it has no purpose anymore. They're telling them you've got to be frugal, and that will be fighting back. Well, if that's the best you can tell the people, they've got you. You don't have them. at that point. Be frugal. Oh, in a translation, there's not enough food for you. So you're going to get really pissed off. And when people's children start to go hungry, the parents are already hungry. You've got nothing to lose at that point. It's all uphill from it. It's all getting to the top of that mountain from there. They're already as low as they can get, just about. And I don't think it would be unfair to put the, let's say, the fast food mentality here or anywhere else in the westernized world on them. It's a different dynamic. It's its own dynamic in that way. And I think they are serious about it. And I think that what I think happened was logistics in that respect. And not enough was there. Not enough was being done. And rightly so, there was too much pressure from what existed 2.5, 3 months ago compared to what exists now. So it would have been much more difficult. I think this next round, there's going to be some surprises, and
This next round meaning
of hitting them,
but I also
taking
think
out
we're gonna,
infrastructure.
with our troops go in there, and I think we're gonna. I would imagine they're gonna use some of the tactics that deep state uses, like production. Maybe, I can imagine them surrounding. Like it's gonna be a coup, right? So they're gonna have like, maybe about 30, 40 Iranians holding up machine guns, just showing the mainstream media that they're taking their country back. But in reality, it's our troops going in there cleaning house. That's how I see it.
Yeah,
That's how I see
I
it.
think we're going to have to put, if this is going to be done right, it's going to be done in a timely fashion, which it should be. We're going to have to put troops on the ground, even if it's just the islands where the oil infrastructure is, or the offloading and the ports are. Even if we just do it along the coastlines for now, that will make the point. Whether we have to, I think we will eventually, and other nations too will wise up and start doing their part. And there'll be a lot more than just us and the IDF in country soon enough. I don't expect a rash from any of the people pissing their pants in Europe. No, but you've seen how they've been played. All they wanted from us was protection and money. And finally, what has been true about NATO forever, the politicians wanted people to buy the NATO line forever. All right. The Russians, it's obviously not in their national security interest to have a strong NATO. But there comes a point to where it's irrelevant. Europe is feasting off of the energy teat of Russia. So it's time to start getting realistic about the real state of affairs. The globalists wanted people thinking 20 years behind the times. Period. They wanted your MSM to keep that mentality of what things were like 20 years ago, which most people in their everyday lives would think, well, that still applies. It doesn't. It is a radically different time now than it was 20, 25 years
just
ago.
5 years ago, 6 years ago, man. Come on.
Exactly.
I mean, the
So
content have changed completely.
But yet we're still processing things as a society as far as evidence, information, metadata, data, all of it added into one big ball. We're still, when it comes out of the labs and the agencies and various places, it's still being processed by the public as if they were thinking 25 years ago. That world does not exist anymore.
Oh.
Terrorism is not your boogeyman. It's still the boogeyman that can be gone to by either side if necessary. Even that is losing its luster.
Let's pivot for a second because I'm
So-
crunching on time here. Alien card. It looks like Trump's taking away. Okay, so now that I've listed this to my audience. I've said to them, this is operational phases. I've listed the operational phases so people can have understanding about it. Like, first to fund the Democrats with the USAID. Second, ICE raids to neutralize the terror cells. Third, capturing Maduro, evidence for Smartmatic in 2020. Fourth, take out Iran, nuclear capabilities, no World War III nuclear holocaust. And then fifth which is happening now, UFO disclosure. Can't play the alien invasion card anymore. We're taking that away from him. So Trump's going to be the first to do the disclosure, which will just completely thwart their Project Bluebeam, their everything that they were trying to do. And then arrests, arrests and indictments. So it looks like they're Hail Mary.
And you would have people out there saying, oh, the alien invasion thing, oh, that's ridiculous. Well, then why are they talking about it all the time? Why were they positioning it from 217 on? With the actors, and they consider them as contract actors like Elizondo and the others involved in that To the Stars Academy. And I'm not ragging on the guy, because chances are he probably feels used to a degree and then wanted to get his by writing his books, etc. That's all well and good. You got to make a living. However, that the way they were trying to roll that out, you saw it, and I know this audience saw it, and many saw. Yeah, they're trying to roll that card out. What did they do? They publicized this meeting with pastors. All right, well, if it's all classified, then why did you even tell about it? If it's a truly classified gathering, you're not even going to talk about it.
Right.
All right. So number one, they talked about it. They right away. And they put it out there, and then you have people like Glenn Beck made some very good comments on it, like, well, let's watch this, But what did they mention? What was one of the words that came out of one of these televangelists' mouths? Reptilians. All right. Don't have time to go into it, but that's a dead end. Translation, it would not have been that. It would have been, well, let's put it this way, some really interesting things that we've created over the years, but it would have been man doing it to man. And he's getting out, they're getting out in front of that. It's a very delicate and dangerous thing to get out in front, and others that are not dead.
Okay, so let me ask you this, who's taking these scientists? Well, I know you said you can't talk about this, right? Okay, so hold on.
Well, let me, I will say this. Who would want to take out those who could bring reason, science, data, fact, evidence, and rationality to the whole subject, and say no?
Both sides would take that.
But who the people that they killed, and some have gone in to be safe, not only in this country but in other countries, many other countries. The ones who own the money, the ones who own the root of all that happens on this planet, and that's commerce, and that's those who print the money. They wanted to get this game out in front. They wanted to say, well, look at what we saw on the moon in the 60s. Look at what we just saw now. Look at all these other videos, which don't really tell you much or show you much, because some of that is CGI. what we've done, and some of it is CGI, but some of it is what we've done. And if you're working on that kind of unacknowledged special access program, you're not going to tell Navy and Air Force pilots, oh, by the way, we're doing this. You tell them, the whole world knows.
Yeah.
All right. So they were trying to play a combination of, it's just the idea that this has a 40 to 60% mortality rate.
And they're stealing the news cycle, and they're buying themselves time.
Exactly. Same game, different nonsense.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, I'll leave it at this. Okay. Meanwhile, all they try to do is attack the man that represents all that is good that is happening, the president. And they're trying to do, they're trying to do one thing. It was the other last week, another, let's say,
Yeah.
yeah, they're not going to stop with that until they're stopped. And that's where we are.
My thing is the podcaster thing, man. Like that's the $1 million question for me. Are they in on it? Is it theater, or are they really turning on him? Do they just not see this level of the game? And which I have a hard time believing they don't. And that's where my mind, I'm like, I can't.
And
I don't
you're
believe
spot on with that. You're spot on with that.
Yeah.
Because we should take a week and let's do that and that alone. And I'll have more information.
I can do that
because there's certain information I don't mind putting out there on them that are doing this.
Okay.
Some of them are being misled.
I know. Yeah.
Some are not. Some are not.
Fair enough.
But we'll do that.
Goes
because we talked about that last time.
Yeah.
And we never got to it, but we'll do that.
Let's do something. What, next week?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's pen it out and put it on the calendar and not forget.
Yeah. Thanks, Ghost. Stay with me just one moment.
Sure, brother. Yeah.
I thought it'd be cute to have a panel between us because nobody's ever had us on and questioned us like you could. And I don't think there is anybody else who could question us like you do. And everybody's been wanting it. And Tracy said, "Oh my God, we should do it." So I offered it to him, and now he's overseeing that he's over on Nino, and somebody just sent me a link, and they're saying we're there. Yep. So he's doing a Nino thing right now.
We're live. Here we go. Hello, everybody. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, here once again with Sheila Holm. And we're going to be talking about Cuba today. So President Trump has said that Cuba will be next, and we're going to talk a little bit in depth about that. We got some videos to share with you. Thanks for joining us again, Sheila.
It's good to be with you. These are exciting times. We've been waiting for this. We've been asking, expose, reveal, expose, reveal. And now, guys, we're going to focus on our neighbors. They had us on the other side of the world our whole life. Nothing getting taken care of on this side. But now, a century later, we're going to get it taken care of.
Very good. Yeah, so I think that, over time, we're going to look back at this. We're going to see this is the way it had to happen. I think, President Trump basically goes in and he does a strike like he did in Venezuela. And then he pulls back and sees how everything, pans out. If everybody does the right thing like he plans, or like the, good guys are planning. Same thing with just recently Iran basically threatening the regime. We're going to take you down if you don't. But I guess we're going to do a lot of executions. So supposedly they backed off. We have a aircraft carrier that's steaming in there, should be there in a few days. He just said, I think today, that regime needs to be replaced. And so that's coming. But I think, like you, Cuba is really front and center.
It is what's next. And we couldn't do any of this. We couldn't do Venezuela. We couldn't do Colombia. We couldn't do Mexico. All of this has been a problem since the Spanish-American War. And that's why the man in the arena, Theodore Roosevelt, that's why if we can go into that, because nothing has improved over the last century with our own neighbors. We've been spending all of our time, they've been sending us to wars all over the world on the other side of the other hemisphere. And there we are over there doing all of that. And our own hemisphere has been in trouble the whole time. And that's what is going to be fun to get into tonight, because it'll help gain an understanding of why Greenland, why Canada, why Mexico, why Cuba, why Venezuela, why Colombia. It's all the heart of where we have to be right now. We have to unite together.
Yeah. And it is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. And there's a video that basically goes through this. Very, very nice. But yeah, the man in the arena, this is Theodore Roosevelt. He was at, he was in Cuba. He was San Juan Hill.
So do we have a moment to bring up that video, the man in the arena, to give an understanding of what it's like to sit right in the arena and be the one that everyone's trying to destroy when you're trying to help everyone?
Yeah, let's see. I think it's this one right here. That's beautiful. Dan Scavino, he's very good. Very good at pointing some stuff out that's very relevant. It's kind of like an undercurrent, but he points stuff out and it's magnificent.
Mm-hmm. Well, and in mentioning Cuba, if we flip back exactly a century ago, we were in the Spanish-American War.
Yep.
And it was all resolved with the Treaty de Hidalgo. We gave $15 million to get the current border that we have with Mexico. That's never secured. That's never considered to be secured. But do we really know what Woodrow Wilson did a couple decades later? He ends up becoming president. Then he brings in Lamar. This is in my first book, For the Sake of America, and it's in the new book. He brings in Lamar, who's an attorney in Augusta, and they grew up in Augusta and they were childhood friends. And I've mentioned, and the pictures are in book one of the For the Sake of America, there's only two houses in a whole block, and they're brick houses and they're next to each other. And the one on the left, as you're looking at it, and I'm pretty sure it's on 7th in Augusta, the one on the left is where Woodrow Wilson was raised, and Attorney Lamar was raised in the one on the right. That's now the meeting area for the historical house of Woodrow Wilson. So both houses are taken up by the Historical Society at this time. So what happened is they were childhood friends, and then Taft, who was he was in the other party, was quote required to come down to Augusta, play golf with Lamar one day, and make a deal with Lamar, who was too sick to be an attorney in Augusta, could not function as an attorney in Augusta, but to appoint him as a Supreme Court justice. Why? The very next year, they were bringing in Woodrow Wilson to be president. And Woodrow Wilson took Lamar and went down to Mexico and renegotiated. What the heck did he do? Where are we at on that? I don't know, but 15 million back in 1898 timeframe when the San Juan Hill, this whole thing is Spanish-American War, Venezuela, Colombia, Panama. I mean, all of this was going on then. And so here we are with the change where we have that land. And I can honestly tell you, for the past 3, 4 decades in California, the people from Mexico have been coming up into Los Angeles every weekend and protesting. They've been raising their Mexican flag upright at the top of their antennas or attachments to their vehicles with the American flag underneath upside down. When they've been allowed to do it, nobody's been stopping them. Nobody's been saying anything. And when asked, because they started La Raza radio, La Raza is the revolution. They've always felt it's their land. And when I asked them why they were doing this, they said, we want our land back. Does that sound familiar? We want our land back. It's our Panama Canal. It'll always be our Panama Canal. The people want their canal back. Do you see how this pattern is identical? So to think that the president is saying Cuba, he's saying Mexico, he's saying Colombia, he's saying Venezuela, like he wants to take them over, he doesn't. He's trying to settle and help heal what has been a lie for a century. That's what's going on. And so the president talks about Cuba, and where is Gitmo in Cuba? Where's the Navy base, Guantanamo? Where's the Navy base, Guantanamo? Right next to San Juan Hill. If we had not been victorious at San Juan Hill, so Teddy Roosevelt was putting all of his horses and these guys on trains in America, how the heck did he get on barges and everything to go down to Cuba? But they had enough men with the Rough Riders and the 17th Cavalry of New York, and these guys all collected and went down to Cuba and fought it out.
Yeah.
That was the Spanish-American War. Alamo was a Spanish-American War. They found out that the Rough Riders were being trained at Fort Sam Houston in San Antonio. So where did they go? They went to the Alamo. Where's the Alamo? San Antonio. This battle was going on from 1896, 7. It got hot and heavy, and San Juan, I think, was captured and victorious in 1898, but they weren't capturing it for America. They were bringing them the truth. This is where we're really at. And you don't own any part of America, and you don't own any part of Cuba doesn't own Mexico. Mexico doesn't own America. Nobody owns anybody else's land. And do you know to this day, if you look up that base in Guantanamo, do you know that the reports from the media are still that America has stolen land from Cuba to put in a base? We have paid lease on that property since 1903.
Wow.
Nothing has ever changed. That agreement has never changed. It was written as an ongoing renewal of a lease. We've never tried to buy it. We don't say we own it. It's not our land. This is not how America has operated, even with the evil people in charge. And so that land is ours, that base is ours, but these are our neighbors, Canada, Greenland, all of these, and this is a heart around Panama Canal. Can you imagine if we hadn't resecured the Panama Canal to start clearing that up and then clear up these areas? Because the ones taking advantage of these countries are the ones coming in through that canal and destroying these countries, taking them down so that they're so poor that people have nothing. In all of these, Mexico, they have nothing. Cuba has nothing. Venezuela has nothing. Colombia has nothing. And I remember it was in the latter part of the 1990s, when the rose industry in San Diego, California was being destroyed. I'm like, how can they destroy the flower industry in America? They were coming in from Colombia with long stem roses at Walmart for cheaper than our guys could sell the long stem roses in any store. So people were buying the cheaper long stem roses. What came in with those roses? Because just this week, they captured a huge 18-wheeler that had Colombian bricks of cocaine. That's the only way these countries could make their money, because they were controlled by other countries. But we weren't taking care of them. We were fighting wars on the other side of the world, in the other hemisphere. If you look at what President Trump's doing, he's restructuring and capturing the truth and helping heal every one of these nations, from Greenland to Canada because they've all been taken over. We've been taken over. And so when you realize everybody's pattern is the same, we've had a gift in that the Pilgrims gave us the covenant with the Lord and kept America as a faith-based country as much as we could, but we didn't have liberty and we didn't have freedom. And now we realize nobody's had liberty and freedom because we've all been taken over. The same pattern through all of these countries. That's what the 45 points are about. And that's why at the bottom of the book, it says not just to save souls, save America, but save the world. It's the same pattern with every country. But the people in Europe know what they're doing. And that's why we go and we tear up their countries in war, and then we rebuild them. And we haven't rebuilt anything in America. Cuba hasn't been able to rebuild anything. Venezuela, Colombia, they haven't been able to rebuild anything. Mexico can't rebuild anything. If you see how they're living in their houses and etc., San Diegans were warned, and the military was told long, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago, don't go across that border. Don't be over there. We're not going to come and get you. That's how bad it was. And we weren't doing anything to resolve it. So God bless President Trump. He's willing to be that man who'll stand for each of us so we can heal in these areas. Can you imagine if we were at peace with Mexico and that they had enough money and they didn't have to deal in drugs and have these cartel gangs? And Venezuela, that's where these gangs came from. Colombia, that's where the gangs came from. We brought in the guys from after Vietnam. What did we have in California? We didn't know how to deal with the Asian gangs. Our police were like, who are these guys and how are they operating? So it's not just cultures coming into our country and destroying us. These gangs have their own techniques. They have their own processing. And when you're in the law enforcement process, you can't even handle it. And the only way the elite will handle and protect the law enforcement is if they cooperate with the elite to bring in these gangs. I mean, I'm trying to help us see from a 40,000-foot view, we got a mess. And President Trump is willing to put his name on it and clean up the whole mess. And so Cuba, the Rough Riders, do you know that it was so victorious at San Juan Hill, which protected Guantanamo, which is where our base is to this day for the Navy? That Guantanamo area being saved was so popular. That's how Theodore Roosevelt, the minute he came back on the land in America, they immediately voted him in as the governor of New York. He went right from that to being the president of America. And he said, America is just, it's not the government, it's you and me. You and me, we're the government. There's not some government and then the people. We're all it. We work together to get this nation where it needs to be. And he kept saying that and fighting for that. And he was trying to warn the people because he knew that if you go out in the arena and you become that guy, you're the one's going to get beat up all the time. And
Yeah.
that's how we became a silent majority in this country.
This is great, and this is the kind of reporting that we need. We need to get back to, because during that time frame, William Randolph Hearst, who's been given a bad name, I believe, was actually reporting what was going on, and it was getting twisted, still twisted to this day. So he supported, going down there and cleaning up the mess of Spanish, taking over. Now it's just basically degenerated back to what happened with the Spanish, controlling and manipulating the Cubans. So yeah, I think it's great that we're going to go in there and a rescue mission and save them from this evil group that's taken over. Same thing in Mexico, same thing in Colombia, same thing. Like you're saying, this is brilliant. It's a brilliant plan, but trying to get this message across from this evil press is very difficult.
Well, I put out this last week. It was more than a little over a week ago now, the anniversary of Lake and Riley. And that they've sent the picture out. So I completely retweeted it and put a note on, and I said, say her name in capital letters. As soon as I did that, someone gave me the picture of the woman who used her vehicle to attack an ICE agent in Minnesota, in Minneapolis. And so because they came out with her picture, I put that out and said, how is it that the news is going to say, well, she didn't drive over him. She didn't drive over his body. She didn't drive over him. She didn't drive over his body. And they just kept repeating it and repeating it and repeating it. So from putting it out, one of my followers went out and found her rap sheet and brought the rap sheet up on Twitter. And so I retweeted that. I don't know if you can find that tonight, but I retweeted that. And they never say who these people are. And then
Yeah.
because I retweeted that, someone else had information. So I had to retweet that. They found a group that she's in that is out there teaching people in America. We're funding it through some program. They're getting money. We're funding how they can protest against, attack, and ram their vehicles. They're told what to do. And then there was a video that just came out late last night where the guy wouldn't stop his engine, backed in and rammed the vehicle with the back end of his car, and then raced forward and rammed the front of his car into another vehicle in front of him. They're taught to do these exact things, and we're paying for it with our tax money through some organizational structure. I mean, it's just, but the upset of the people, they don't understand what's going on. They don't understand the battle. They don't understand what it's going to take for us to gain our country because they think it's a great country and you people don't understand. And it is a great country, but we are not free. We've never been free. We've never been independent at all. And that's what we're trying to gain. And it's a big process to gain it. But to gain it and still have the people in Mexico feel we stole their land. And now Cuba's still saying we stole their land and all we've done is lease some property for Guantanamo Base. That's all we've done. And they say we stole the Guantanamo Base property. We didn't steal anything. But see, if they keep lying and repeating the lies, then you start thinking, and that's why they say death to America, is because there are people using American money to do this, but it's not the people who are fighting to save countries in this world and to bring us to peace, like the president, and get the job done.
Yeah, it's a sad situation. So yeah, and your Nation Restored, really good stuff. I like the one with looks like Patton, and it's got is that
That's
it's
Donald Trump, isn't it?
it's a
What
yeah
they've did,
it's Trump, yeah, looking
yeah.
like Patton. Oh, that's
Because there's
fantastic.
still a question: is he the son of Patton? And everybody wonders why. Well, the girlfriend, the young girlfriend of Patton, they said was having a baby, but she was ill from the war, and I don't know if she lived much longer. I don't know the details, the dates, or anything. So it was just fun today to put the one out of Patton because he's in the snow, which they said is going to be. We're going to have ice, like ice age, the next few days across the country.
Yeah,
And this one just came out today.
this is great. I think he's a son of Patton. I know what you're talking
Mhm.
about.
Mhm.
And you know, there's a lot of stuff to point to that, like you're talking about. So
Mhm.
there, and if because he's got like, I guess he got like Patton's dog, the same type of dog, and he named it. I don't know if he named it Patton or something, but there's a lot of similarities between him and you know, General Patton, and he
Mhm.
talked about him all the time. He's like,
Mhm.
you know, so it's very, very interesting. So yeah, so here he is. He's trying to do, you know, what he did or tried to bring to light back during the at the end of the Second War, that there was this group that seemed to be, you know, sabotaging us. I think he was trying to get that information out, and they because
Mhm.
he was going to reveal, like we're doing
Mhm.
right now.
Mhm. And the child was a baby. And when you look at the date of his birth, anyway, and going to a military academy, nobody else in that family went to a military academy.
Hmm.
Nobody knew what the battle was. There isn't anybody in his family who even spoke like this. His sister was an extremely liberal judge, remember? She was completely on the other side of who he is. The niece is completely on, they're all on the other side of who he is. So they don't know the truth that he knows. They aren't seeking the truth that he knows.
Yeah.
But they were raised with a completely different ideology and structure of their lives. It's been a very, very interesting process. And Venezuela, last time we were together, we were talking about Maria Machado being extradited out of Venezuela ahead of time. It was several days in front of what happened with Maduro. So I also put out on on Twitter the picture. Did you see what just happened? I think it was on Thursday, where she was at the White House and she gave her peace prize. And isn't it interesting? How
Yeah,
could somebody
President
in
Trump. That's what I
Venezuela
heard. Yeah.
who won the election and not Maduro, Maduro didn't win the election. She won the election and wins the peace prize. And so I'm really thinking the White Hats, because the elites only give the prizes to the elites, and she wouldn't have been an elite for winning over Maduro. So she gets a peace prize, but she brings it to the White House. She is in America, but she brings it to the White House, to the president, and gives him the peace prize because she's so honored and respects him so much for what he's doing to help Venezuela. And that what the media is saying, he wanted it to have more oil reserves than Saudi Arabia. He wants to be the king of everything. He wants to be the president like of Venezuela. That's the farthest from me. That's not even, he said, I'm going to have our guys come down and we're going to do it and we're not going to charge you, because those same companies let those go. Because Juan was mentioning how this, he knows the oil industry better than I do, and he went through the whole process. If you shut down the lines and you aren't bringing out the oil anymore out of the ground, everything stops. And you know how they say prime the pump, just as a water well. You got to prime the pump to get the water to figure out that it's supposed to come. Well, you can't really do that with an oil well. With an oil well, you got to pretty much start over. And that equipment is so old and so bad. But because those companies did what they did, he's having those companies, Chevron and Enron, he's having them go back. And now they're going to fix it. They're going to give them the new equipment. They're going to revise everything. They're going to get everything so that they can be prosperous again. So that's why I put out a tweet, that if people could just listen to his words. He's saying exactly what he's going to do. And he said, what we're going to do is I'm going to stay with him. We're going to help him until they're stable again and prosperous again, because I want the people to be able to be prosperous and return home to Venezuela and live a good life. And that's all he's offering to do. But he's offering to do that out of his heart. He isn't charging us for what he's doing. And yet what happened on the media? He turned his back on America to help Venezuela. So you think he's facing South America and he's got his back on America? That's not even what happened. I mean, it isn't even in the conversation. It isn't. It isn't a single word that he's been saying. He made it very, very clear. We're going to go down and we're going to fix those wells. These are the companies that are going to go fix it. We're going to get that handled because they can't afford anything. They've been stolen from. And so we're going to go do this and get them set back up again, and I'll help them until they're stable. And he knew that people are with Maria Machado. Her win was it was a Trump win in Venezuela. And they flipped it and gave it back to Maduro. Maduro and Chavez have been running that country for more than 25 years, guys. It's been a complete travesty. And so if she's willing to put herself in the arena and make it happen and win, then the people are behind her. They see what she wants to do and they're celebrating wanting her to do it. But she's not going to be able to counter everything if she doesn't have Trump and our military with her. And that's what he's offering. We're going to stay with her and with them until their whole leadership team is stable and the country's going to be fine and not taken advantage of the way that, because Chavez and Maduro signed the agreements and they allowed all this to happen to their countries. But it's just like Woodrow Wilson. He said, guys, I sacrificed my family. In order to save my family, I sacrificed my whole nation. And now here back to Woodrow Wilson and Lamar, the attorney. Once they made him the Supreme Court justice, what did they do? They set up the League of Nations. It became the UN. They went down to Mexico and redid a treaty. Where's that treaty? What agreements did they make? Because Treaty de Hidalgo gave us the land and we paid 15 million to Mexico. So who got the money? You see what I mean? We don't realize how this battle has never ended with Mexico. It's never ended with Cuba. They stole from us. They stole from us. We fought and won the battles and we paid the money and it's ours. It hasn't been secured because there's people paying them to come up to Los Angeles for decades and support that La Raza radio. La Cuque, C-U-C-U-Y, C-A-C-U-Y. It means the boogeyman. And everybody in Mexico is scared of that name, La Cucuy. And so they were scared of this guy. He was the anchor to the programs. And he's very charismatic, kind of like I put the picture in the books. If you look at Stalin when he was so charismatic and got everyone following him, and he had a lot of great hair and he looked really good and he was like 30 years old, that's what they do. They come in, they look really good, they have a good story, that's what they do. They were wrapping the Amtrak trains in California going up and down the coast, telling the people to revolt. And that included all the migrant farmers in all the strawberry fields, et cetera, onion fields, et cetera, going up the coast. So they knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing, La Raza being the revolution, name of the station, and people were donating and helping and fundraising for it, thinking the Spanish people needed a separate station, Spanish-speaking people in America, to get involved and create a revolution against what? America. Because they think we stole the land. And I'm not kidding. When you look up San Juan Hill, and go ahead, I'm just saying, do your own research. Guantanamo Bay, Guantanamo Base, Gitmo, all of those things wouldn't even be possible if the Rough Riders, the cavalry had not loaded up their horses, gone on barges or whatever to get down there to Cuba and calm these things down. But the thing is, once that's done, it's done. And people said, well, there haven't been any uprisings, Sheila. Yeah, there are. There are. When you have decades of people with the Mexican flag up right side up and American flag underneath it upside down, you got a revolution on your hands.
Yeah, even the Rough Riders, I think they paid their way. The American military didn't have the wherewithal to move people, so they pretty much funded themselves. A lot of people don't know that. Now the Iranian Revolution, if you go back to that, you're talking about how these Islamics, fundamentalists are basically starting to they're trying to take over the world, or they're being used, I think, by this cabal, as useful idiots, unfortunately. Just like the Hitler used the brown shirts, and once he got in power, that's what they're doing with these Islamists. So once they get in control, they rule by iron fist. The Iranians were in Venezuela. The Cubans were in Venezuela. The Chinese were in Venezuela. So all of these very evil governments were in Venezuela, and President Trump has cleaned that out, or it's being cleaned out. So this is going to be very monumental for the rest of the world. So you have these other governments. I think the Iranian government is probably going to collapse here pretty soon with the help of the United States. And China is still going to be in power. China is still a threat. China has a lot of silver. Silver's going crazy. We need silver for the future because all of the high tech stuff has to have silver these days, batteries and so forth. China's got they've locked it down, and they have a lot of that silver built up. We've been downsizing or using up our silver back stores because of the last 5 years we haven't been producing enough silver. So where is silver? In Mexico, in Peru, high concentrations of silver, and in Venezuela. So not that we're going in to steal it, it's that we're going in instead of having them steal it and then collapse America, the last bastion of goodness in the world, really. We're basically spreading out to basically secure that, take it away from them, and then build our industries to the point where we can share that with the world. And so we'll have, peace throughout the world through strength. And we just saw that in Venezuela. Our military is like unstoppable, untouchable. That was a great display of our military wherewithal. Everything was basically stopped. Their lights went out, their radar went off, their weapon systems went offline. There was like some kind of sonic device that was used to basically got people to their knees. The guys came in, they're like extremely well trained. They took out everybody that was a threat, got Maduro, and boom, he's here in the United States now. Now everyone's looking at that going, holy moly, what do these guys have? We got the wherewithal. Like Trump just said recently, the only thing that's keeping me back from basically taking over the world right now is my morals. Right. So, and maybe not exactly like that, but pretty much like that. So, we could go in and take over the world and be like, the Hitlers or the, Khomeinis or, whoever is a bad guy, but we're going to do this and we're going to do it in a very beautiful, positive way.
Every nation, sovereign soil, sovereign people on their own nation, thriving, flourishing, and we all help each other around the world, around the globe.
What a
Right. I
concept.
don't know that it's a globe, but anyway, around the world to the four
Right.
corners of the earth. I'll say to the four corners of the earth and just
There
leave
you
it
go.
there.
Yeah.
So, but where we're at is that the people haven't had a chance. And because Trump came in, we're not realizing we were out of chances.
Yeah.
We were out of chances. They were done with us. And that's their number 20. And their power number is 19. So everything started in 29. That's why it's CV19. That's not just that. And the same ingredients are in the bioweapon that they got the patent on 110 of 2017. And if I hadn't lived through the targeting of Linwood, I wouldn't have been able to find it. But because I lived through and I know the stuff that they put in me by whatever means they had, EMF was some of it. They feel drone attachments were some of it. But when I saw Russ Disdar's video, I saw him hit twice. Now, Scott McKay knew as I was leaving, and I had that picture taken as I was leaving the Linwood event. He said, Sheila, you were already hit. You were already sick. Look at your eyes. And I never noticed it until Scott
Oh,
McKay
wow.
told me, look back at your picture, Sheila, you were already hit. But I actually saw Russ Disdar's body react to the hit. But that's what they wanted. That was Vietnam. I mean, I already told you guys I was a human resources director, and I helped for a year a Blue Shield to try and keep the contract for the military or for the Champus, and we couldn't keep it. The contract went to South Carolina, but I was there for a 1-year contract to get it resolved or close it out. And I met this guy, older guy. He was he either had 3 guys with him or there were only 3 guys that went. And President Kennedy sent them over to Vietnam to see what was going on. He wanted a true report. And they came back and they said, sir, it's a civil war. Stay out of it, get our guys out of it. Nobody knew that we were already over there for several years. This wasn't brand new in the 60s when he came in. He wanted to end it because he didn't want wars, just like President Trump. And so they said, you got to get out of it. It's a civil war, get out of it. And then as they were taking the coffin back to DC that night, the new President Johnson was sworn in, and he signed us right back into Vietnam, and he canceled the executive order on silver. Those were the two main things that I know happened immediately at that time, and that's in my books. But because of the research, but I don't know all the other things they changed. But he changed the conversation about separation of church and state, because that's a joke, because they put the churches under the state in 501c3, and so you're state owned. And so if you take all the money of the people and you build buildings and everything else, if something happens to you, that building doesn't belong to any of the people in the community. It belongs to the government. And people
Yeah.
don't understand this. And when they write to me and say, "You're not going to believe what just happened. Our pastor left. Nobody wants to become a pastor. And now the government shut down the church and locked it up." Well, how can they do that? And I said, because 501c3 is state owned.
Yeah.
It's in the documentation. You're not
There-
free.
So many things about the JFK assassination. He had said that he was going to like break the CIA up in 1,000 pieces.
Mm-hmm.
He basically they wanted him to do Operation Northwoods, which was the Cubans basically crashing planes into skyscrapers in New York. And he says, "I'm not going to do that. What are you talking about?" And so, of course, in 9/11, that happened. So they just
Mm-hmm.
dusted that off and brought it back and got us into a long, drawn out war against the terrorists, which, you know, they had to do something because we'd basically, the Soviet Union was gone. There was no threats
Mm-hmm.
anymore. And so they had to create one. And that's what they did. It's from Reagan, I think, all the way up to President Trump. In that middle time period, we had one bad president after another. The Bushes,
Mm-hmm.
the Clintons, Obamas, on and
Mm-hmm.
on and on. So all of them are horrible, deep state puppets.
Well, on purpose. It was 41. Um, hard to call him Bush because he's sheriff, but on
Yeah,
41, I'll just call him a number. 41 was actually in charge of the team. He was the shortest director, I think, ever in the history of the CIA.
yeah,
And of course, Robert David Steele, I think I sent you that quick video. Robert David Steele confirmed there's 7 different divisions of the CIA, and the divisions don't know the other divisions. So it's not just CIA. It's CIA torture unit, CIA da-da-da unit. And there's 7 different units, and they're independent. So you don't get to know the other ones. You're picked for whichever one you're going to be in, and that's the only one you know about. And you think that's the whole CIA. And so he explained that, and that's why Kennedy knew this from Eisenhower, and that's why he said, "I want to break it into 1,000 pieces and send it on to the winds,
yeah.
and to the 4 corners of the earth." That's where it would end up. But Bush 41, number 41 president, was in charge of the team. The 3 guys, the guy with the guns, the guy doing the sniper shots, all of these guys were part of the team, and they all gave deathbed confessions to their children. And those have always been on YouTube and available to be seen, because their children wanted them to be able to clean separate from what they had to live through by realizing what they were involved in. And it was 41 who said, "Yeah, I think I was in Texas that day, but I think I was over in Houston." Like he didn't know where he was and didn't know what happened. And this is in the new book, there's a debriefing that happened the very next day. And the debriefing was done by J. Edgar Hoover, and the only one he debriefed was 41 president.
Oh, yeah.
So, and you can see there's not an adoption there. That is absolutely the dad and the son. But the dad met with the 2 Kennedy brothers, the president and the attorney general, Robert F. Kennedy, and got his industrial money back from Germany effort and selling. He was selling all of Tesla's information. He was an assistant to Tesla, and Tesla knew he was an illegal in America and said that, "Why am I, with this one?" But everything's planned, everything's positioned. And then it was 43, the son of 41, who took us through 9/11 and was at a school that day flying paper planes. And I mean, they're just kind of mesmerized about it. And then in 2003, he was on an aircraft carrier out with us in San Diego saying that we had won the war, and he was celebrating with the guys. And that's why the president said 15 years later in 2018, when he fed the guys for Christmas, and said, "Why are you still here if you've already been victorious in this area of the country, of the world?" And they said, "Sir, we're just following orders." So I'm really grateful for this, Jacob, because we're able to talk about all the layers. Because until you understand there's a lot of layers, until you start to understand how they connect, because to keep saying, I think President Trump should be more involved in what's happening in America. He's breaking up the Federal Reserve.
Oh
He's
yeah.
eliminating the taxes step by step. He's correcting the errors in the Constitution that were added that never should have been added. And next thing you know, and he's already talking about limiting how long they can be in service in the House and the Senate, because the Senate became 6 years and the House became 4 years, and every one of those positions were 2-year terms. There was no midterm election. Every 2 years we had an election so we could get rid of the ones that needed to be out. And that's why they had to control and position them according to Charles Joseph Bonaparte. We have a merit-based system to select those who have the opportunity to be in a position in our government. They're choosing them, and we didn't know. And even though I say it, they go, "What do you mean they choose them? A merit-based system?" And because we're not part of the club. So the things that are happening are in secret, and that's why Kennedy said everything that's secret is repugnant.
Yeah.
So,
So everything's
but I
being
don't know if we
revealed
can
now.
pull up the picture. Yeah.
Revealed now.
Yeah, yeah. And on Twitter, I don't know if we can pull up that picture. It's the president receiving, and I love what's behind him, because people go, "What do you mean what's behind him?" It was a wall. And I go, "Okay, if you think it was a wall, it was a wall." But he received the Peace Prize from her, and behind him was the Declaration.
That's in Nation
The signed,
Restoration.
all the signers. The John Hancock names are at the top. The what?
That's in the Nation's Restoration.
It's a picture. Yeah, and it's a picture of him
Oh, I got it. I see it with Machado.
holding the Peace Prize that he got, I believe, late on Thursday. Uh-huh.
Very good.
But you can tell it's not just a wall.
Yeah.
It's a painting, and the curtain is open.
Beautiful.
It's been revealed, and it's the Declaration. And you
Yeah.
see all the signers at the bottom, and right by his head, in expanding it, right by his head is it's John Hancock. You can tell
Right
exactly
there.
what it is.
Yeah, the biggest one.
And then somebody wrote to me today, and I just wrote back, no, they're thinking all this gold in the White House in Mar-a-Lago is all gold from the gold taken from the Vatican. Let me just clear that up. It's paint. There's a difference between gold paint, gold framing. The gold from the Vatican is actually currency. The gold from the Vatican is actually the gold, part of the gold that was stolen from Fort Knox.
Wow.
And so the Vatican gold, the London gold, because when we went back over the internet, back to the International Monetary Fund, and this was under Woodrow Wilson, I believe, it didn't happen at the time of the corporation, but it did happen by the time we became the Federal Reserve, IRS, everything else that was put in 1930.
You froze, Sheila. Nope, lost her. So she'll come back. Here she is. So you said 1913 was the last thing you said.
1913 was Woodrow Wilson putting us under the Federal Reserve, putting us in the IRS, putting the senators into 6-year terms, putting it, within days, just boom, 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 boom. But see, he was credited when they left to go to Jekyll Island and do what they did in 1910.
Yeah.
And they had to take out Kennedy, who was a member of the Millionaires Club. All of this is in books 4 and 5 of the book series, and pictures of the Jekyll Island Millionaires Club. And the only person who had a big mansion there was J.P. Morgan. And J.P. Morgan took over the banks in 1907 while Theodore Roosevelt was on a hunt. He was on a deer hunt. They couldn't get any deer, so they got duck. So here they are up in New Jersey, picking up the New Jersey governor, who happens to be Woodrow Wilson. Okay. And they're riding on the senator from New Jersey's train car to get down to Georgia. And when the press kept asking what they were going to do, because they had to unload everything onto a barge, there was no other way to get to Jekyll Island back in 1910. They loaded everything onto a barge, and the press said, "So what are you doing?" They said, "We're going on a duck hunt," as mockery against President Theodore Roosevelt. When in 1907, it was J.P. Morgan that decided your bank gets to stay open, your bank has to close, your bank's going to be solvent, your bank's going to be insolvent. He made all the decisions, and he felt he had the authority to do that because Theodore Roosevelt had taken a short break to do a deer hunt down in Louisiana. And so, do you see what I mean? So, and then in 1909, they take out Kennedy. Kennedy owned that Durham boat picture that everyone refers to. And then they've got one now with President Trump on it, et cetera, when they cross the Trenton at Christmas time in the horrible conditions. That painting was owned by Kennedy. Kennedy was the president of the Manhattan Bank in New York. And so what happened is J.P. Morgan takes over his estate, sends his wife to the country house, takes over his Fifth Avenue apartment, takes over all of his assets, and sends the nephew to the memberships in all these private clubs, and then builds him up to be another person under who? J.P. Morgan. So all of this has just been layer upon layer. They knew what they wanted to do, and they knew how to do it. So I think we mentioned last time centralized banks at the time before, centralized banks since 1791. Start in Philadelphia where the Liberty Bell is, take away our liberty. It was all on purpose. And the last one in 1791 into 1792 was Savannah, Georgia. So they came down the entire eastern seaboard from up in Philadelphia down. There was already one in New York. There was a national bank against our Constitution. There was a national bank, guys. So it's we weren't even 2 years after the inauguration of George Washington, and they had taken over all of our money and how we handle money in this country. So it wasn't just Woodrow Wilson. And that's why I can't emphasize enough that they when they did all of this, Teddy Roosevelt was the president. Now, you look up his quotes in 1907, 1908. Some of them are in my books because he kept saying, "Guys, let's align together. Let's hang in here together because it's us. It's you and me. Let's make this happen for this country." But how do you come up against this when you're riding horseback still? How do you come up against this when all you got is radio? And they controlled everything. They controlled every aspect of the media, the newspapers. They controlled, you mentioned Hearst. They controlled Hearst. They controlled everybody. When Billy Graham was promoted in Los Angeles, Hedda Hopper was the entertainment reporter. She was paid to make Billy Graham the name that he became in Los Angeles. And his first big event under a big tent. And it was all funded by Hearst and promoted in his newspapers across the country. So what an honor. You would think that what an honor. He had no idea that they were going to control him in the club. I don't think anything foreign needs to go into us. So we are where we are because of all of these steps that were taken, that we were never told the truth, because in the 45 points, they discredit history. They discredit the founding fathers. They discredit the Bible. They discredit, it goes on and on and on and on. The only way to program you is to get you back to thinking how they think so they can control you. The whole goal of the process is to control you, to have you operate the way they want you to operate. And that's why they made schools compulsory in 1850. So nothing that we're dealing with now. And here's President Trump helping us counter all of it, figure out how to counter all of it, because if we don't clean up from the ground up, we aren't going to have a structure that's even going to help us go forward as they're changing what has to be changed at the top. You can't make all these things change, all these executive orders. 80-90% of them were put together by the America First Policy Institute I've been telling you guys about. I've been helping them since 22, and now they're putting offices in each state, because if we don't have the states organized and we don't figure out who the candidates are and we don't put in the people who are going to fight for this country, we're going to end up being controlled exactly like we were controlled 50 years ago. Because there's been so much change. If you think back, look at all the change President Trump has already made in this country and how we think of things. Because there were people who were so angry at me the day that they were inaugurating supposedly Biden, supposedly on a sunny day. All of it was a lie. On that day, if he wasn't going to be arrested, people wanted nothing to do with anything about what America wanted to do. Where does that come in from? This fight is an everlasting fight. This is for our future generations, and we can't stop. We can't quit. We've got to figure out this is how they're doing it to us. We can't ever let this happen again. And these are the people we need in. And again, that's why God said in the book, put the whole first chapter of Titus 1, because it's all about how to secure so you have two elders in every aspect, especially budgeting. The money, you now see this is the money flow.
Yeah.
I do have some good news about the money flow, though. There's
Oh,
a
yeah.
new announcement from Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard. You know what they're ready to do? They're ready to put these politicians through RICO charges in court
Wow.
because
The
the
ones
money
that have been
laundering.
profiting from the stock
Yes.
market,
Well, and more
insider
than
trading.
that, remember when President Trump brought up all the cartels from Mexico, and now Chapo was like one of the first ones, and then by the end of February they had 17 more, and then they had 26 more by May, and so he said, "Yeah, give them all to me," and he said, "Bring them all in," and so they've been reporting and revealing because the whole goal is for us to be gone. That's the depopulation on the Georgia Guidestones, and
Yeah.
so this is
I've
what
been
they.
saying that for a long time because
Yeah.
I was like, these guys are being financed by the cartels.
Mm-hmm.
So that's good. Rico on all
Mm-hmm.
those guys. Wow.
Well,
How
and the
many do you think are going
Somalians.
to go away? All of them?
You think there's going to be anybody left?
I don't
The
think too many.
daycares, because you know what we found out in California is about 10 days ago, and I put this out on Twitter also. A big guy, he has a fancy car. I couldn't see. I don't want to mess up the name of the car, but he has a really really fancy car, and he went to get into it, and that's when they caught him to get a mic moment. $41.2 million in daycares that he received last year. And people think, oh my God, they've got the 41.2 million. They don't get to keep it. The money flows back into the people that are in our Congress.
Hmm.
Do you see? So that's the RICO. I'll do this. If you give me this, I'll do this. This is why I put those judges in prison in San Diego. The decision was federal RICO because they were deciding the cases before the cases came to court. And when I proved it, those were the charges, RICO charges, because that's the money flow behind the scenes. And so that's the racketeering. And that's what our Congress has been doing. And so all of these things, and that's why
How many judges did you end up putting in prison?
only 3 of the 12 and only one attorney from 7 law firms.
Hmm. But all 12 were guilty, huh? They just kind of skirted out of it. Oh,
Turned on each other. They turned on each other, and I
wow.
helped provide additional
You
evidence to get off plea deals.
that's you. You were amazing. So lucky how so many times you're lucky to be alive. Gosh.
Mm-hmm.
So did you have a lot of threats back then?
Mm-hmm.
I bet.
And only my dad understood what was going on. My mom wanted to, but she's like, Sheila, they're the FBI. And that's what people kept saying, even until the last couple of years. Even during 9/11, they said, trust the FBI. Even during J6, trust the FBI. You
Mm-mm.
can't trust the FBI.
No, no.
But you couldn't trust the military they sent either because they were all sent with orders.
Yeah.
They were all sent with orders. It wasn't protect Americans. Remember, and I still haven't found that letter that I want to find the letter if anyone has the letter that they asked people to sign, but you have to give them a copy when they sign, but they didn't. They brought troops in, a troop at a time, and had them sign the document that they would fight against the citizens in America. And
Mm.
then finally, one troop totally aligned and said, none of us are signing it, and walked out. And they knew that the word was going to get out, and they didn't control a troop. And so that's when they stopped having them sign the letter. But
Wow.
that's where our military was headed against us.
Yeah.
And that's how far it had been until January 1, the military accountability letter, and then bringing them into Quantico 1 year, 9 months later, when you've already taken some through court martial. And that's why when people keep saying, you say this, Sheila, but we still don't see any arrests. You're not going to tribunal arrest. You're not going to see it. Those guys you've been seeing ankle bracelets, you've been seeing boots, you've been seeing all that kind of stuff. Do you see those people around anymore? Our brigs are full because everything that is tribunal that's military law. That's not civil law. That's not civil jurisdiction. That's military jurisdiction. These are acts of war against America from not just the other nations, the enemies from within. both enemies foreign and domestic. And that's what the Constitution is for, and that's what the tribunals are about. And so a lot of these crimes that we say, oh my gosh, Comey committed so many crimes, and they let him off. They didn't let him off.
Yeah.
He got passed
The,
over, transferred
the,
over.
the Golden Globes that happened just about a week ago. Uh, the the woman that was like the MC, she comes out and says, for the last 6 years, there's been no movies or TV shows made here, and she was kind of like joking, but I think
Mm-hmm.
they're revealing. A lot of those Hollywood people, like we've seen boots on them,
Mm-hmm.
ankle bracelets and so forth. So I think they haven't been making movies there for a while because they get really wrapped up.
Well, and people are noticing on the taking care of what's happened against this country and all the illegals that are here. People are noticing that finally there's a few empty seats on flights now. There's a few hotel rooms still available instead of being sold out every night, and the price is doubling for the Americans. Even when we had discretionary income, the hotels were not full. And so all of these changes that we're noticing, but it's the same thing on your TV channels. How many times have they gone back to other programming? The widows are so upset because they have family values programming, and all the family values have gone all the way back to the Mary Tyler Moore show. I mean, they're going back to things back in the 70s and 80s. And it's like, are you kidding me? And
It's a
they're
lot of
filming
lot of
it during
AI
the day.
TV programs now, I believe.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep,
Yeah,
no
because
doubt
they're
about
going to
it.
fill it because they don't have new content.
Right.
So,
So they used to steal so much. I've had a lot of guests on that have talked about how they had their work stolen from by the syndicate, the Hollywood syndicate, and
mm-hmm.
the people that are controlling it. And of course, the same thing with musical artists as well. So, and the sports are all compromised. They're starting to reveal. I'm revealing this for a long time. I think for about a decade now that the sports are basically rigged. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
the top players are basically paid so much to either throw a drop a ball or get tackled and all kind of crazy stuff, and they already know who's going to win, what the scores are and everything. So I proved that several years ago. I said, okay, this team's going to win, this person's going to be MVP, and it happened just like I said because I've seen the CIA doing this in other countries. Now, a lot of stuff got revealed. This was interesting. You'll like this. When I was in Pakistan, they reported quite often that uh, Huma Abedin was Hillary Clinton's lover. You
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't see that in the U.S., but in Pakistan, they were revealing that quite often. So there's a lot of stuff in overseas that's revealed that's not revealed here because they have different control systems and their media. So their media over there was trying to expose Hillary Clinton, who at the time was the State Department head of the State Department, and I guess she wasn't playing their game, so they're like trying to diss her. So very, very interesting stuff that we learn over time.
So Uma Abedin, think of who she was. So does honeypot work the other way when Hillary gets with Uma? Because Uma's mother was the chief editor in chief of the Arab newspaper, wasn't it, or the Islamic newspaper over in the Middle East?
Yeah, in
And
Egypt, the Muslim Brotherhood.
like we don't need to go into all the detail, but that's
Sure.
exactly what they did. So, and that's why tonight I'm so grateful to get into the depth of all of this because all of this we've known pieces about.
Yeah.
And now if we can understand how serious it is that we get in action, every one of us, to help this country get structured from the bottom up and get our communities back the way they need to be. And that's what the president is doing on a global scale of Venezuela's our neighbor. Cuba's our neighbor. Mexico's our neighbor. We don't need the kind of craziness that's been going on for decades with these ever since the Spanish American War, which is 130 years ago that started. And so all of that got resolved, but it hasn't really healed. It hasn't come together the way it needs to. And that's why I thought it'd be really good to share that the video if, and that's why the man in the arena, and then the video because if we're going to have a life that means anything, if we're going to accomplish these things, and it's going to matter that we were even here. This is the most amazing time in any time in history since the Garden of Eden. This is the most amazing time. Never has this evil been dealt with. We have a chance. We have this one chance to get this right. And that's why I've said again and again, I don't care how long it takes. I don't care who the names of the puppet masters are. You guys keep fighting all of them until you get all the puppet masters secured so that the whole
Absolutely.
thing stops and it doesn't come ripping back against our
Yes.
future generations in 50 years. And
Absolutely.
so if we had a chance to be who we need to be, because I don't compare with him, but I can honestly tell you, I don't talk about the battles I've been in. You understand the depth of it because I was up against everything. I was up against the FBI. I was up against the judges. I was up against but I had to prove to my family that what I was saying was true. And then I research all the identity theft. I get up on that. I write this first one with the congressman, so he took all the credit, and I didn't want the credit. I wanted it to work. And
Yeah.
it didn't work with the penal code, so I write the second one, and it was going to be the home identity theft law. So my family's already in the rose garden to hear that it's a home identity theft law, and it's just a second identity theft law. I mean, they were against me the whole time. Nobody has ever been for me the whole time. But because I went through all of this, and again, if you're out there thinking, I'm sorry that God allowed all this horrible stuff to happen to you guys, he never let go of my hand. When it was so deep and so horrible, and it was just the Father and I together, he still brought me through when nobody else was with me. And that has happened many times since, because we became comfortable as a people, and we didn't look at what would the difference be if I took on what I'm supposed to be here for, and I completed it. And I just want to get it done. I don't want my birth date and my death date on a tombstone someday, and my dash didn't mean anything. Whatever the years were in between didn't mean anything. I want to make a difference in this because I've been allowed to see the underbelly of all of these situations. And because of that, people go, I don't know how you can connect the dots. I can connect the dots because I see how they operate with each other. I'm not in their system, but I've been beat up by all of their systems, the credit bureaus, the financial systems, the liars of the credit repair. Don't ever get involved with credit repair. They wanted me to use my mom's social security number. And my mom said, sure, Sheila, if that would help you, use my social security number. And then who were they arresting and putting in jail? Only the Americans who were using the social security number of another American, because that's been a law since they first issued social security numbers. They haven't, to this day, they've never been arresting any of the illegals, and it's been them since the 1980s. We never had identity theft till they started bringing all these internationals in, foreign nationals, and giving them our ID numbers and access to our programs in America. And this has been going on since the 80s. We didn't have identity theft until it built up in the 90s. So in all those years from the 30s to the 90s, we really didn't have a problem. And then when I was identifying the problem, I became their problem. And so, but I'm not upset about it. It's I wish there were some other things I would have done in my life from a personal perspective, but I wouldn't trade where I am now for anything, because I know what they're doing, and I'm going to do everything I can to help anybody who wants to help this country get it the way it needs to be. That's who I am because of what I've been through. And I thank you tonight. I've never talked about this stuff. We haven't even talked about this stuff, Michael, on fighting with the FBI, not realizing they were fighting against me the whole time and destroying me in the background checks on my life, lying about me, merging everything together when it was on my dime to keep starting my life over every 12 to 18 months. For years, decades, I've been doing this. And then they even erased me in 24, and I had to start over again in 25.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, you say God is with you, and that's true. And God also pushes you in these directions so you can learn, so you can come back and have something that is going to make a difference. So you've learned a lot, over these last several years, and from that, you've been able to write these stunningly accurate books, and that are, waking so many people up. And I got to share with you the Warriors Battlefield Strategy devotional. I mean, every day that I do this is like, wow, was this written for me?
Not
But it's
typical homework, is it? People go, "This is a workbook." I go, "Yeah, it's a workbook."
yeah, it is.
We have something we haven't talked about. We're going to be on the military intel panel on JMC Broadcasting in a few days
Yeah, good.
on January 27th.
Yep, that's going to be fantastic. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I heard
General
that.
General Bosi invited me. They've not had a non-military person on there, but he heard our interviews. Did you know about this? He heard
Yeah,
the interviews and heard what we were talking about, and he extended the invitation.
he recommended it. Oh, good, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be amazing. So I think even Tracy said you'd be great on there. Maybe that filtered through as well. So yeah,
Hmm.
it'll be interesting to get your take in that. So that's gonna be fun.
So I don't know, does it air on the same night? I don't know, but I think it airs on the 27th. I think it goes live, but maybe they
No,
tape
no,
it. I don't
normally
know.
he put together, does his magic in it, and then puts it out in a day or two.
Okay. Okay. So you guys can look forward to that before the end of the month.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
we're
definitely.
going to both be questioned. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to sitting back and you guys being questioned. That'll be great.
You'll see, you'll fit right in. Uh, you know, I, the questions are like really good, and everybody give, gives out incredible information. So it'll be a lot of fun to have you in there as well.
Hmm. Well, I just thank you so much for this tonight.
Yeah,
And
this is
may
great.
every one of us look at that if question. If there's something I could do that would make such a difference in this world, that this world would not go back to where we were. Because people say, I just want it to get back to normal. We don't want anything to be like anything that where we were
We
because
wanted a better place.
yes,
We
to
want
pass on.
always a better place for us having been there. So, yeah,
Yep.
and that's the way I know both of us live our lives like that, and I think a lot of our audience feels that way as well. So, it's
Hmm.
uh, it's very important. And unless we do that, it's going to be relived again. And I don't think that's going to happen.
Hmm.
We're finishing this for once and for all.
Hmm. Well, I
All right.
just thank you, Jacob. This is every one of these are just they're the best. And I keep saying this is the best one. This is the best one. Yeah, but it
I
is
think this was
because
the
we're
best one.
piling
Yeah.
on what we did originally. You know what I mean?
They
We're
keep
going,
getting
we're
better.
going
Yeah.
higher and higher. Yep.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yep.
Yep. Great information. Wow. Stunning. You always bring it. So it's a pleasure and honor to have you on, Sheila. We always enjoy you, and enjoy the rest of your Saturday night date again. So,
Uh-huh.
all right, beautiful. Thank you.
Well, blessings upon you and Tracy until the next time.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Uh-huh. Bye-bye.
Mountain Goat, has the reforms already helped in speeding up diversification of revenues? Article, Customs Automation halves demand for dollars, an economist reveals a radical shift in Iraq's foreign remittances. Looks like implementing the customs and tariffs is working to not only bring in revenues besides the petrodollar but also is assisting in reducing the parallel market. Seems to me, the nail has already been driven on the coffin of the parallel market. This article enforces why it is so important to control the parallel market and the connection to our long-awaited RVN reinstatement. I would consider this article our wow news for today. Bruce, the big call, via Wiser Now, what we're getting, 4 or 5 different, unrelated sources, we're getting very good information about notifications. Could be over the weekend, it's possible we would get notified with the toll-free number in our emails on Saturday. But what about exchanges? If we wouldn't start on Sunday, which is Mother's Day, would we start Monday or Tuesday? Yes, I'm hearing either of those 2 days is possible for the start exchanges. Could we get notified Monday and start exchanges on Tuesday, the 12th? I think that's very likely that that's going to be what it's going to be. Ariel, the old bank's resistance protecting parallel market skims and militia flows is being steamrolled. A meaningful revaluation plus redenomination, delete the zeros, becomes structural survival, not optional policy. Tom, question, I found redemption centers but they are online. How can you find a redemption center in person? I live in the South. Emo, I am staying with banks. They are at least insured. I have heard a few confusing things about these redemption centers, so I have other plans. Similarities between the dinar and the dong: both currencies are controlled by their central banks. Neither one floats freely on the open market, both of them have a street price. Both communities have long-term holders that believe the official rate is too low. Millions of Americans are sitting on both currencies for the same basic reason. We believe the real value hasn't been priced in yet. Both governments are intentionally holding the rate down. Question: what dinar price in dollar would be disappointing for you? Anything below $3.22 would surprise me. Anything over $1 and I would be truly grateful. Stephen: dinar for dummies. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent ex-post: like a rogue gang, the Iranian regime is pillaging resources that rightfully belong to the Iraqi people. Treasury will not stand idly by as Iran's military exploits Iraqi oil to fund TM against the United States and our partner. That's incredible that he came out and made that public statement. This is not a negative in any way. This is all positive. We got to get through this as wisely as possible and as stress-free as possible and get ready for the next wave of things that are coming. I believe the Iraqi dinar will revalue. I believe a few other currencies will possibly revalue. Start planning ahead. What do I do when that even happens? The Iraq dinar is just the beginning, it's not the end. Frank 26, KTFA, Boot on the Ground Guru Omar, television is saying the United States of America is saying it's urgent that the new Prime Minister form his government without any ties to any Iranian influence in your government. That could be the holdup because a couple of those names had ties to Iran. Frank: yeah, that's why you don't have a government yet. You will. The white papers are the instructions for the monetary reform of Iraq. Samson, article: Washington calls on the new Iraqi government to sever its ties with Iranian-backed groups. Article: Eco-Iraq Observatory, 70% of the government curriculum is copied from the white paper. Sandy Ingram, the Iraqi government has found a new way to export oil out of the country. We applaud Iraq for adapting to the situation in the Middle East and for making decisions that advance the government and the economy. Jeff: we've had a lot of false alarms in this. I will admit that. Part of the reason why we've had a lot of false alarms, for one, this is a huge learning experience because we don't have a dinar for dummies book revealing every step in this. Unless you know every step. Plus, 2012 they suggested they were going to do it. 2014 they suggested, December 20th 2020 they suggested they were going to do it. During the first half of 2025 year they were putting out a whole bunch of articles about minting coins. The point is, without knowing every step, it's a speculative unknown investment making it very difficult to study. Claire, KTFA, article: Government Advisor, Ongoing Measures to Strengthen the Stability of the Dinar and Ensure the Sustainable Supply of Cash Dollars. Quote: the central bank informed the Ministry of Finance late last year that the exchange rate adopted for the purposes of preparing the draft federal budget law for 2026 would be around 1,300 dinars per dollar. This reflects the continued adherence to the fixed official rate adopted since February 2023, which is an important indicator of stability for the market and its expectations. Militiaman: Iraq is getting very sophisticated at this stage. They've had a lot of help and I think they've been using the guidance of the Central Bank of Iraq with the United States Treasury, Bank of International Settlements, IMF etc. Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note: the big question about the national debt was not that we were in debt $38 trillion, an unsustainable amount, but the more serious question was just who did we owe $38 trillion to? Since at least 1913 the deep state cabal has been confiscating our U.S. taxpayer dollars, sending them over to the UK Crown of England, then on to the Vatican, then out to their central banks, and then back to a New York bank, where they charged us interest to use our own monies, thus running up the $38 trillion national debt. Back in the Nixon era we went off the gold standard and continued printing money, meaning there was nothing to back the U.S. federal dollar up. By the 2008 so-called mortgage crisis, which was really a bankruptcy finalization for the deep state cabal, the cabal couldn't even pay interest on their loan of gold, which no longer existed anyway. So now they say the cabal's private corporation of U.S. Incorporated owes $38 trillion. Who owes the $38 trillion? The cabal. And who does the cabal owe the $38 trillion to? Themselves. Friday, May 8, 2026, warning, U.S. debt clock sounds the alarm. U.S. debt clock calls for gold-backed currency as $38 trillion bomb nears detonation, real money reset. With no one taking responsibility for anything, it's going to take a martial law takeover and global currency reset to figure this all out. But then, the US has been operating under emergency military governance since 2021. Trump never left. He entered a higher command. Now with the final keys turned, the real republic is returning, and so is a gold-backed US dollar. The global military alliance under direction of President Trump has spent years preparing for this announcement, quietly building a network of satellites and secure communication. Over it, President Trump will give 7 messages to the world about a new era of freedom about to begin. People are urged to stock up on food, cash and essentials for themselves and to help others during a worldwide lockdown that could last 10 to 12 days. The military will have food and essentials on hand for those who need it. On Sunday 10th of May through Monday May 11th 2026, the Earth Alliance, in conjunction with Starlink and military satellites, will unleash the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, worldwide. Every cell phone on the planet will be hit with a loud, ear-piercing unmistakable alert signal of 7 trumpets transmitting directly from Starlink satellites, that will bypass traditional media channels controlled by the elite. We will be alerted to tune into our TVs or radios. Then for 10 days there will be a complete information shutdown across the globe of mainstream media programming. The EBS will take over and air around the globe in 22 different languages, 8-hour videos, replaying 3 times a day for 10 days, on the truth about thousands of treasonous Satan-worshipping deep state global elites around the world, their crimes, arrests, trials and sentences. The age of deception has collapsed. The age of sovereignty has risen. Welcome to the other side of the storm. A new republic will host a better economy, plus improved legal, health, political, and education systems. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Friday, May 8, 2026, boom. The world of clones, body doubles, clones or masks. You decide. Friday, May 8, 2026, there was proof that Queen Elizabeth was hanged at Gitmo in 2019. Possible timing. On Friday, May 8, 2026 at 5:05 EST, the White House triggered the final phase. As of 1 p.m. EST, the EBS was overriding all mainstream narratives and the quantum financial system was fully synchronized with NISR protocols. Final confirmation codes were transmitted through the QFS lattice. BRICS fully activated gold-backed QFS in 209 nations. Trump controls sovereign treasury. Fiat collapses. On Saturday, May 9, 2026, 48-hour prep for Jezar wealth drop. Stock up as banks transition. On Friday, May 15, 2026, planetary medbed coverage complete. Trump declares the death of Big Pharma and birth of quantum freedom. Rescued children and seniors regenerate. WWG1G, the best is yet to come. EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns. People are urged to stock up on food, cash and essentials for themselves and to help others during a worldwide lockdown that could last 10 to 12 days. The military will have food and essentials on hand for those who need it. On Sunday 10th of May through Monday May 11, 2026, the Earth Alliance, in conjunction with Starlink and military satellites, will unleash the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, worldwide. Every cell phone on the planet will be hit with a loud, ear-piercing unmistakable alert signal of 7 trumpets transmitting directly from Starlink satellites, bypassing traditional media channels that are controlled by the elite. We will be alerted to tune into our TVs or radios. For 10 days there will be a complete information shutdown across the globe of mainstream media programming. The EBS will take over and air around the globe in 22 different languages. 8-hour videos, replaying 3 times a day for 10 days, about the truth about thousands of treasonous Satan-worshipping deep state global elites around the world, their crimes, arrests, trials and carry out of sentences. During this time banks will be closed and ATMs will not work, so they will be changed over to a new gold-backed financial system at the end of the 10 days. Our phones will only work for 911, though we can obtain an encrypted signal app from the military to allow phones to work over the new Starlink system. Our internet will not work during those 10 days, after which we will be connected to a new faster and more efficient quantum internet by the end of the month. After the 10 days, everything will change. The old systems of government, education, finance, health, Trade and commerce will all be dismantled and replaced for the better. It's the end of wars and financial and human enslavement and beginnings of peace, prosperity and freedom for all worldwide. E-Global Currency Reset, Thursday, May 7, 2026. Bruce, notification for Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, could come over the weekend with the toll-free number in an email. Likely either Moan or Twos for Tier 4B appointments to start. Friday, May 8, 2026. The Dallas-Fort Worth Redemption Center is now actively processing verified appointments and secure payouts throughout the day. A valid redemption access pass and confirmed appointment are required for entry. Walk-ins and unauthorized access will not be accepted. EBS Donald J. Trump on Telegram. Martial law enables worldwide arrests of the guilty. On Monday, May 11, 2026, Tier 4B notifications arrive with new rates. On Friday, May 15, 2026, the new gold-backed quantum financial ledger goes live. Judy note, it is my opinion, and I very well could be wrong, that every citizen across the globe would receive, via text and email, a personal notification containing a code specific to the person, that could be used to set an appointment at a redemption center near where they lived. There, people would set up their own wallet, bank account, on the new Starlink satellite system. Present bank account balances have already been mirrored onto the new wallet accounts. If the person had foreign currency to exchange, or bonds to redeem, they could do it at the time of appointment. Wallets will already contain tariff dividends, monies reimbursed for improper loans and interest paid on mortgages, credit cards, etc., plus monies earned from use of birth certificates on the stock market. The general public was expected to begin their wallet setups after Thursday, July 4, 2026. Those holding foreign currencies and bonds to redeem and exchange were expected to begin those redemption center appointments the early part of next week. Those holding Trump Gold products were believed to be doing their redemption center appointments right now. Friday, May 8, 2026. Major developments are unfolding right now. Far from the spotlight, but with an impact that will soon be impossible to ignore. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Over the past 48 hours, select financial institutions connected to Tier 4B have begun receiving encrypted communications signaling operational readiness. Trusted sources inside international banks have confirmed that test transactions using the ISO 20022 protocol are already live in select corridors, quietly shifting large sums under the radar. Key personnel from Tier 4B groups have been asked to remain on standby, with instructions to be ready for immediate action. Secure channels are buzzing with updates. Some have already seen notifications of pending liquidity releases. This is no longer speculation, the process has started. Meanwhile, several governments are holding emergency sessions behind closed doors, adjusting regulations to accommodate the new financial architecture. Insiders report that old systems are being quietly dismantled, and the first waves of asset revaluation are in motion. If you're reading this, understand, the reset isn't just coming, it's underway. The public will soon see the effects, but those paying attention are already witnessing history in real time. Stay informed and be prepared. The world as you know it is about to transform. Friday, May 8, 2026. The vault is emptying. They're not telling you this on the news. Mr. Poole Final Chapter, France, quietly, between July 2025 and January 2026. Pulled all 129 tons of gold out of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. Every last bar. Gone. $15 billion. Back to Paris. France didn't repatriate for profit. They repatriated because they were told the old vault is closing. India, 104 tons. Repatriated. China, bought more gold in March 2026 than in over a year. Record purchases. Month after month. Germany, requested emergency repatriation in April. Not public yet. The Federal Reserve Vault in Manhattan, the one that held the world's gold for 80 years, is hemorrhaging. Fortune magazine, yesterday, different from anything in the past 80 years of dollar dominance. Apollo's CEO, yesterday, warned of a total geopolitical reset. MSN, yesterday, literally aired a segment called Claims of a Coming Financial System Reset. They're saying it out loud now. But they won't tell you why everyone is pulling their gold at the same time. Here's why: you don't leave your gold in a vault that's about to change management. Trump flies to Beijing May 14th. Meets Xi. The summit isn't about tariffs. It's not about TikTok. It's about the Multilateral Settlement Protocol, the document that restructures how nations settle debt. BRICS already launched their system. Gold-backed. Dollar independent. $245 trillion in yuan transactions through SIPs in 2025 alone. The infrastructure is built. The gold is moved. The players are seated. When every major nation pulls its gold from your vault at the same time, that's not diversification. That's an evacuation. May 14th, Trump signs in Beijing. May 15th, the new ledger goes live. The dollar isn't collapsing. It's being retired. And the gold? It's not going home. It's going to the new vault. The Quantum 1K. What we think we know as of Saturday, May 9, 2026, Friday, May 8, 2026, Gavin Newsom and Jennifer Newsom diverted fire aid money into their own nonprofit. Jennifer Newsom also personally pocketed over $4 million through California Volunteers, which was created by Gavin Newsom within the office of the first partner, which is an office Gavin Newsom also created. Now we are finding out that Gavin's wife has personally netted over $4 million through this nebulous organization. Cal Volunteers, a weird NPO that Gavin simply made up for her within the office of the first partner, but nobody can fully explain what they actually do. Well, now it's a pretty California thing for rich dudes to make up fake businesses that burn money so their wives can stay busy and keep distracted from their affairs. It's time to investigate and arrest Gavin Newsom. How much evidence do we need? Why is he so untouchable? They're stealing millions. Just so we're clear, this is two separate organizations. Fire aid money was sent to California Volunteers Fund, which is NGO Newsom's wife is involved in, and California Volunteers, which is a government agency under the office of the governor. We are being robbed blind by these criminals. Friday, May 8, 2026, explosive report. Fauci's 2017 surprise outbreak prediction about the Trump administration resurfaces. Viral video reignites national debate. Friday, May 8, 2026, breaking, explosive report, Venezuela list explodes, Maduro links 60 U.S. senators to multi-million bribe allegations, full list in documents. Friday, May 8, 2026, bombshell, new claims from Malik Obama reignite birth certificate scandal, Kenyan origins document surfaces, globalist cover-up back in the spotlight. The document references Executive Order 14,263, the same order that declassifies suppressed medical patents, as the legal framework enabling civilian deployment. The pharmaceutical industry spends $374 million per year lobbying Congress. They have blocked every frequency-based therapy from FDA approval for 80 years. But this deployment does not go through the FDA. It is classified as a military-to-civilian technology transfer under the Defense Production Act. They cannot lobby against what they cannot see. And by the time it becomes public, the devices will already be installed. And Friday, May 8, 2026, the note. Yesterday a judge unsealed Epstein's suicide note, Mr. Poole, final chapter on Telegram, hidden for 6 years inside a graphic novel in his cell. Found by his cellmate. Sealed by the court. Until now. It is a treat to be able to choose one's time to say goodbye. Read that again. Slowly. A man facing life in prison, surrounded by the most powerful surveillance system on Earth, writes a goodbye letter, hides it in a comic book, and nobody finds it for 6 years. No. That note wasn't written by him. It was written for him. What they don't want you to ask, why release it now? 3.5 million pages already out. Names exposed. Lutnick dragged before Congress this week. Gates. Musk. Tisch. All in the files. But the real list, the one with the operations, the accounts, the island logistics, is still sealed. They released the note to close the story. To make you believe it's over. That he's gone. He's not gone.
Audience, they're chatting pretty heavily right now. So once they see who this is, it's gonna be great. All right, everybody, here we go. Thanks for coming in. This is Michael Jaco. We got a special announcement show, big reveals. We got Paul Richard Price that's back with us once again. He's a genius within the space program, if you will, the secret information that's being restricted from a lot of us. He knows a lot of this stuff. He knows a lot of the people. He's got deep insights on all of the scientists that are disappearing, and some of them have been suicided and so forth. So we're going to talk about that. So Paul, before we jump in, give us another little quick background that you have so people can see that you're super legitimate when it comes to this information.
Well, I've been connected directly with, my name's Paul Richard Price, by the way. I'm a scientist and a book writer and former podcaster. I've worked on the subject of gravity modification since 1989. And there's an interesting side story, but I'm not going to go into that right now, about how my firing from NASA led me down the path of doing research in quantum fields, quantum entanglement, and time travel, and how that applies to warp drive. I've written papers on the subject. I was connected at one time with Gordon Novel's RAM group, which is called Replication Alien Machine, where they were trying to replicate and build a flying working model of the alien reproduction vehicle, which was originally made public by Mark McCandless in a drawing he did years ago, and a series of speeches that he did for the Disclosure Project and others. And I've been involved in within the framework of the military intelligence community for many years now, for over 30 years. I'm not paid for by the government, but they've included me and they consider me a quote unquote national security asset. I've been approached by foreign governments to work with them on their gravity modification projects. I'm currently in the process of getting my initial prototype built and tested by a third party that thankfully I met through this show, and I'm not going to mention his name. He's an engineer. But this stuff I've dealt with. I know the people on the inside well. I've been a part of this whole thing for over 30 to 40 years now. And I'm coming to you right now because of my insider knowledge. I know the people we're going to be talking to personally. Are talking about personally in this show. I know them personally. I know who they are. I can quote things, and I can tell you that we're dealing with a situation right now that has everything to do with a counterintelligence operation, not only run by the U.S. government, but there are several other entities, one in particular, foreign intelligence entity who's working with the CIA and DIA to plug leaks. And I will get into more detail about that later on, but it's with a quote ally. And
yes.
I'm going to loose quotes, people.
Yeah, so let's talk about some of these scientists. You got General McCaslin, who you believe you've talked to in the past, and also Amy Eskridge, all these scientists with this, engineering into this incredible technology. It seems to be, they're getting stopped out. You think the Justice Department would be all over this? FBI would be all over this? You contacted people in the FBI. Amy Eskridge contacted the FBI a week before her death. That's very suspect. So there's elements like you're talking about from these agencies. Let's just call it who it is. The Israeli Mossad, which is integrated into our intelligence agency and FBI. And it's almost like you were telling me earlier, they have carte blanche to eliminate people that are bringing these technologies forward. But let's talk about that.
Well, not only the people who are bringing technologies in here, but even Bibi Netanyahu made a statement publicly that if anyone talks against Israel or the Mossad, that they feel that they have justification to take out lethal action against them. That means even if you and I are discussing what we're discussing tonight, that they will brandish you as an anti-Semite, even though you're not.
Right.
Because what you're calling for is the dissolution of the government in Israel, not to the people. Most of the people in Israel to give you a background on me, I'm Port Ashkenazi, Khazarian lineage in my heritage profile. They are not the true Jews, but they're the ones who are running Israel right now. Those who are part of the tribe of Judah do not want this secular government representing them. They don't. They've stated that. And to use a biblical term, Jesus Christ called this integrated Jewish faction the synagogue of Satan. And for good reason. They are, not all of them, but a good majority of them are evil to the core.
Yep.
And how this is integrated with the anti-gravity story is that, and let me do a preface here before I get into Mark Sokol and what's going on with that.
Yeah. Space and all that stuff. Yeah, that's going to be fascinating.
Yeah, let me bring up to the audience that you put yourself in the shoes of the Mossad or Israeli intelligence or the Israeli government. It's not that they believe that these scientists are directly working against their self-interest. What they are more concerned about is whether or not they feel that their enemies, which includes Saudi Arabia, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Jordan, and others who have access to hackers who can hack into these intelligence bases and pull classified records off to build devices that they can then later on use against Israel. This is the whole thing we got to look at here. They feel that they're protecting their own self-interest by, in fact, like I said, the scientists may never be against the nation of Israel at all.
Mm-hmm.
But the mere fact that they're working on technologies that could get into the wrong hands is what we're looking at here is their ultimate fear. Look at what they did to Gerald Bull, the guy who was developing the super cannon. He was building one for Iraq, for Saddam Hussein, but before he could finish his project, the Mossad went to him. I think he was in Jordan at the time, but I may be incorrect. Went to his hotel. They got away with it. The issue is if they feel that their country is threatened, they believe that they have an edict from God. And most of them don't believe in God anyway, but that's how they spin it.
Right.
They have an edict from God to eliminate the problem or the person that could potentially cause the problem.
So even in the United States, where we're building technologies that they seem to be utilizing quite often, we give them weapon systems, jets and bombs and all kind of crazy stuff. You would think that they would be so this is crazy. They're off on their own program, and no one's keeping them in check.
Well, and here's the issue. Let's get into the Mark Sokol, Falcon Space, and Apex story right now.
Good.
Okay, Mark Sokol is known within the intelligence community. He's using APEC, the Advanced Propulsion Energy Conference, and his Falcon Space program or project as a clearinghouse to ferret information away from inventors into the hands of Israeli intelligence. He's got dual citizenship between Israel and the United States. They had a fiction for him. The fiction was that he was a poor, uneducated, didn't finish high school, plumber and all, who had an interest in this technology and was trying to find out information on it. Now, I know Mark personally, and Mark and I have had issues in the past, and let me preface that right now. He and I are not friends, but I will tell you, I can explain why later. He badmouthed me in the past at Tesla Tech, where I met him, and started trouble with me for no reason and was spreading disinformation. And the particular point that we're looking at here is that he is connected with people like Tim Ventura, Jeremy Reese, the alien scientist, and a third researcher by the name of Jeremiah Pop. He hasn't done anything of any substance when it comes to R&D. Everything he's worked on has been copied from other individuals. He and his quote team have stolen intellectual property and tried to claim it as their own.
All right.
One example, go ahead.
You think that he's a Mossad agent and he's stealing information, creating this information for Israel?
Well, let me put it this way. He's been on several different trips to Israel, where it was reported by U.S. intelligence that he met with members of Israeli intelligence and even the IDF. And then he would come back here. He has a benefactor. Somebody is financially supporting him right now. I can tell you that I talked to Jeremiah Pop, one of the original people who helped start the APEC conference and helped start Falcon Space. And Jeremiah Pop said the guy doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. Everything he had to learn from listening to other people.
Yeah,
he's a charlatan and a liar.
It's like Bill Gates and Elon Musk. They don't know anything about their technology at all. And when
they have to get experts to come in and do it, but they're good salesmen, good pitchmen. But let me put it this way. Bill Gates at least had a background in computer technology before he quit school. Yeah. But he still had a background. He and Paul Allen did. Elon Musk did have a degree in, computer engineering. So he himself had a bit of a scientific background. Mark Sokol has none.
Wow.
He is a fraud and a charlatan. And anyone who takes him seriously is in for a very rude awakening. The guy is a fool. I've talked to a whole lot of people, Brent Nelson and Jason Doran, both of Kepler Aerospace, and Mike Rogers, their lawyer. All have stated openly that it's been an open secret that they believe he's, quote, their words, not mine, working for a foreign intelligence agency to get data and information that he passes on to that intelligence agency.
Right. So Amy Eskridge. So they were in contact. They knew each other.
They were dating.
Yeah.
And they were dating.
Right.
Amy was Mark's ex-girlfriend. She broke off there, and I think they I may be wrong on this, and don't take this, take what I'm about to say with a grain of salt. Yeah. But I heard around the grapevine that they were engaged.
Oh, wow.
What Mark did is that he parlayed that into getting her to trust him, and he stabbed her royally in the back. Mm. Mm-hmm. And that that she was getting major funding through DARPA, I do believe, at NASA at the time, and it was under a classification.
Huh.
And he took that and he then parlayed that and put it into Falcon Space.
You would think that they would protect her. What is going on with that? Because these scientists are obviously involved in some stuff that is benefiting the United States government, DARPA and NASA. It's like, why are they not protecting these scientists? That just baffles me.
Well, it goes back to Ron Pandolfi. Ron Pandolfi had interjected himself into this story a while back. And he's pretty much the gatekeeper of UFO and alternative technologies for the CIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, and there's a covert group called CORE, which was made up of the former UFO Advanced Technology Direct project that was done by Colonel John Alexander back in the 80s. Hal Puthoff was a part of it. Kit Green was a part of it. And for those who don't know who that is, John Brandenburg was a part of that. I was grafted in later on. These are members of a group that used to be known as the Aviary Group. And I think you've heard of that, have you not, Michael?
Yeah.
And these members later started their own group called CORE, and the whole CORE ideology behind that, and pardon the pun, is that they are the gatekeepers. They are what was known as Majestic 12. In fact, the Majestic organization has been absorbed in the CORE, and CORE is not only a U.S. organization, it's being led by Ron Pandolfi right now, with Hal Puthoff as part of it, Eric Davis is part of it, and John Brandenburg is also part, and so is Jack Sarfati and others. And I know all the core people involved in that group, but it's become international. We're talking allies, quote unquote, allies of the United States, which includes members of the Russian FSB, Israeli Mossad, and other intelligence organizations who've had interactions with this technology in the past. So because it's become more of a global issue than what it has been before in the past, we are looking at the particular point that these people are the gatekeepers. Now, will we have, and this goes into UFO disclosure, because these people are the ones keeping disclosure, complete disclosure from happening.
Right.
Now, why?
Do you think they have control of President Trump at all? Or they threaten him or something?
He got threatened, from what I've heard.
Okay.
Let's just say it has to do with intelligence that was gleaned from the work done by Jeffrey Epstein. That's all I'm going to say.
All right.
They
So they have something on him and they're threatening him with it?
Well, yes. They got Trump by the wavels, if you know what I mean. They're squeezing.
Right. Okay.
And
now,
the thing is,
let me do this quote from Eskridge, Amy Eskridge. She said, "If you stick your neck out in public, at least someone notices. If you get your head chopped off, and that's still you're getting taken out. But yeah, I've noticed that because I do my stuff in public, and that's kept me alive, I believe, for a great extent. And you're doing the same thing." She added, "If you stick your neck out in private, they will bury you. They will burn your house down while you're sleeping in your bed, and it won't even make news. That's why the Institute exists." So they've been trying to expose this stuff the best they can, but they keep getting taken out, keep getting taken down, or they're hiding themselves, or someone's hiding them.
Well, Mark McCandlish was not suicidal when he died in 2021. He and I talked about it quite frequently. I would call Mark on a almost either weekly or bi-weekly basis, sometimes daily, to check in on him. He was my buddy.
Yeah.
And just hours before he reportedly shot himself right here, I called him. He was trying to take a nap to check in on him, and he said, "Call me back later when I'm awake." And everybody that I've talked to who talked to him previously to his reported suicide has stated that Mark was a good. And when they talked to him, he seemed to be in a good state, positive. There was no indicator that he would commit suicide.
Right.
And even though the coroner, the medical examiner, who found Mark's body after reported, and he and his assistant went to the apartment, told me on the phone that something weird happened. And I'll pass this by you, and I want your audience to think about it. Within 2 to 4 minutes after they arrived there in Mark's apartment, they found one Air Force OSI officer and one officer from the Department of Homeland Security came in and were asking leading questions to the medical examiner and his assistant. Now, these are federal agents coming in, talking with a ME, medical examiner, and sticking their nose and telling him what he needed to put into his report. And then afterwards told him that before you publish this, we would like to review it. Now, let me ask you, Michael. Now, number one, if Mark had killed himself, why would the federal government be sticking their nose into what should have been a civil matter within the jurisdiction of Shasta County?
Right. Well, it's saying here that a shotgun blast to the head, self-inflicted shotgun blast, suicide. I can tell you that's impossible. The angle that you're describing with a shotgun blast, he was shot in the back of the head, obviously. So, and then they get the Air Force guy showing up. So do you think that the Air Force, because they have a secret projects team that we know from Area 51 and so forth, a lot of people have talked about it, that will put a lot of pressure on you if you start to get out of line. You think the Air Force might be involved in this, and why would the Air Force be involved in this is because of the secret projects that they're involved with.
Well, it goes beyond that. It's not the Air Force. The Air Force OSI officer was tasked to do surveillance on Mark. But not only that, it was the Office of Homeland Security. The strange part is they were there within minutes after the ME got there. And then they wanted to tell him, this is what you're going to write. Yeah. And I'm thinking, and even the ME thought that was strange. He told me on the phone, he goes, that doesn't make sense. Why is the federal government getting involved in a civil matter? And I heard that and I'm going, okay, that to me doesn't sound like he committed suicide. It sounds to me like he got offed by a covert intelligence operation.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing. Mark, they did a documentary on Mark. It was done by a documentarian by the name of James Allen. It's called 0 Point.
I got to watch that. I've seen that. That sounds interesting. So,
well,
do you recommend that? Is that a good?
Well, yes, but here's the strange thing about that. The documentarian, James Allen, was told not to do the documentary, that he would be putting his life in jeopardy. He did it anyway. I mean, basically, if you watch the interviews that James Allen did before he passed away, he did the old FU to him, and I'm going to do it anyway. Well, within weeks before the release and before the final edit of the documentary came out, and then within a week after he did that interview. Now, here goes back to what I was saying about Mark Sokol. The guy has a benefactor, which means he's getting money from somewhere. And even Brent Nelson told me that he didn't know where the money was coming from. In my opinion, now there's nothing that I can confirm with this, but the rumor is that he's getting paid a substantial amount of money from either Israeli intelligence or a millionaire Israeli donor benefactor who's paying to have or to make sure that his company has an air of legitimacy. But no, Mark Sokol is not legitimate. And the rumor had been, and I heard this from several people at the Tesla Tech conference that I spoke at, that he was working with a foreign intelligence agency. The only one, and then they kept mentioning that he had dual citizenship with Israel, and that he had been dating Amy Eskridge at the time, right before her demise. And if you hear that recording that her best friend did of a phone call, which he released on the Nancy Grace show about people, she doesn't mention Mark's name, but has enough clarifying data in there where you can actually, if you know the situation, you know that she was talking about Mark. And I happen to know people, including Dr. Brandenburg, who knew Amy, and everybody within that orbit, either directly or indirectly. Everything happened very quickly to Amy after she threatened, or after she reported him to the FBI for espionage and for treason. That when she died, that all went away. What's happening here, in my opinion, and we're looking back on potential, you'll probably find that the biggest majority of the people who have disappeared are no longer with us. I'm sorry to tell people that. I'm hoping I'm wrong, and I'm praying I'm wrong, but
yeah, I hope so too. Like if anybody, I think that that one general has possibility, because they haven't found his body. McCaslin, Air Force Major General William Neal
McCaslin, yeah. William Neal McCaslin, and I met him one time before. It was a weird meeting in Ruidoso, New Mexico. He and his wife were down there vacationing, and he came up and talked to me. We just had a simple conversation. It wasn't about anything to do with UFOs or. He asked me what I was doing. I told him, and I asked him, "Well, what did you do?" He goes, "I'm a retired U.S. Air Force general." And I go, "Okay." And I said, "What kind of work did you do?" And he goes, "Well, I worked on classified programs." And that's all he told me. And I knew better than to try to probe him about it. So, but he was a really nice guy. And I don't believe, in my opinion, because of what happened to me in the past, that there's any such thing as an accident. People like that don't come up to a guy like me and start talking to me just randomly.
Right.
In other words, for years, as I've told you before in the past in your audience, I've been watched very closely by members of Corps and other members of military and civilian intelligence for many years. And at this point, I'm not scared about it. I've learned tactics. In fact, ironically, I'm going to a church right now, and I believe that was set up. I received the flyer, and I went to a service. And Michael, guess who is leading that church? The two people. They were both retired Navy, and they worked in naval intelligence.
Wow.
And
Interesting.
they told me to stop talking about certain things.
Oh, that's good.
And I'm thinking, I don't think I need to go to church anymore. I love the guys, but I don't think it was by accident that I made contact with them. I think it was arranged.
Yeah, it was arranged, and they gave you the message, and that was good enough. But you, I know, are talking around a lot of stuff. I've talked around a lot of stuff. I know a lot of stuff. People have come up to me and have revealed so many things to me, and I'm like, are you trying to get me to like reveal that and get in trouble? Like, no. So you have to be very discerning of the information, like I know that you are. And we're giving away this information freely and helping people to see a bigger picture. And I think that's one of the great things that we do. Now, the bigger picture here is, like we're, I think, alluding to, is there are groups within the military, groups within every organization, really, government, you name it, that are not for our best interest. And they're controlling information of great information. I'm glad that you're still alive, because you've got great information. You're doing some good stuff. So what President Trump, they got stuff on him, but you think that he should just come out and reveal? Because
I think he needs to just lay it on the table, tell people this is what happened, and then he better tell Bibi Netanyahu, you ever effing, and I use that term, I'm not going to curse, but I'm going to tell you, if you ever effing try to blackmail me again, and secondly, strip Bibi Netanyahu of his diplomatic immunity. Stop letting the Mossad come into classified government meetings, SCIF meetings, and into the Pentagon. And kick them out of the U.S. permanently. Now, for any of you who may claim I'm anti-Semitic, I'm not. I'm a part of the Eskazarian Jewish, and I put that in quotes, lineage myself.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm for the real Jews, mind you, the tribe of Judah and the 12 tribes of Israel.
Me too. Yeah. Great people.
And I'm making that point clear to everybody, because the Zionist, quote, Jews will make a statement that, everybody who speaks against the Zionist are anti-Semitic. Well, who are the Semites, my friend? The Semites are the actual tribe of Judah, not the grafted synagogue of Satan, which the Ashkenazis are. Now, the thing is, if we're supporting the nation of Israel, and they're working against our best interest, and we've given them money hand over fist, we are actually paying for our own demise. The Israeli government has made it very clear that they hate the United States. We're not talking about their rhetoric they give when Bibi Netanyahu gives when he's here in the States in front of cameras. But when he's talking to young Jews in synagogues here, he says that we need to curtail our freedom of speech. We need to stop people talking against the quote nation of Israel. And that he says people need to be arrested and or killed. This is Bibi Netanyahu here. What we're looking at is we're supporting a nation state that, number one, looks after themselves. And, I understand that, but they don't need to do it on our dime. We don't need to be supporting that. But they're actually against Christianity. They're against our nation, yet we supply and support them. Why? And as we're talking today, we are supporting the people, the very people who may be directly involved in the disappearance or murder of our scientists. I want you to let that sink in. And the Justice Department and FBI are turning a blind eye. We didn't see nothing. They're doing Sergeant Schultz. I know nothing, I see nothing, and I hear nothing.
Yeah.
And let me let you in on another little secret. I'm not going to name the actress's name, but I will give your audience enough information to where you can glean what I'm saying without me revealing who it is. There's an Israeli actress who came to Tesla Tech in 2021. She wasn't wearing makeup at all, but she was wearing a golf cap on her face and was sitting near the back and was taking notes of my presentation. She's a woman who plays a superhero.
Okay, we're narrowing it down.
Okay. She was a member of the Israeli Defense Force. In fact, she was their chief hand-to-hand combat trainer.
Nice.
But there was another thing that a lot of people have rumored about, and I got confirmation when I was there because people who saw her there, she was a member of the Mossad.
Sure. Yeah.
Now, let me ask you, Michael, why do you think she was there at my presentation taking copious notes? I mean, why would that actress be interested herself in listening to a presentation about theoretical anti-gravity warp physics? She's doing it because, Matt, you may be close. You might be hot.
I think he's pretty hot. Yeah. Good job, Matt. So yeah, obviously, why would she's an actress and hand-to-hand instructor for Israeli military. Yeah, why would she? That doesn't sound like her forte. So he's an information gatherer, obviously.
She was gathering intel, and she wasn't the only one there. There were several other people, and Mark Sokol went to her, and he acted like he knew who she was. And I remember when he went to go talk to her, he was kind of being flirtatious with her, and she goes, "I'm not here to see you. I'm here to see him," and pointed at me. But I couldn't get to her because everybody else surrounded her. And I was going to ask her what she thought of the presentation. Yeah. But before I could get to her, everybody cocooned her. And I go, what? Bye. And I walked off. And she kind of did this. No, it's okay. But
maybe she has a secret interest in that type of anti-gravity technology. I don't know.
Well,
now, you've also talked about Operation what's the one the Looking Glass.
So Project Looking Glass, yeah. I knew the original technician on that project.
Wow.
William Billy Rose.
So before we go into that, I mean, I know what it is, but tell my audience what Project Looking Glass is about.
Well, let me get into what I learned from Billy.
Okay.
Because he explained it very well, and I'll repeat what he told me.
Nice.
He asked me at the time, he goes, Paul, did you know, he asked me about my dad being a Roswell witness, and he then brought up the subject, Paul, what if I was to tell you that the Roswell craft, we tried to reverse engineer the propulsion system, but we could get nowhere with it. But what if I was to tell you that it was a time machine? And he explained multiversal theory. And he goes, we weren't able to reverse engineer it, but we understood the physics well enough where we could replicate certain aspects of its drive system to where we could look into future events.
Mm-hmm.
And he asked me, have you heard of Project Looking Glass? I hadn't heard of it. This was around 99, 2000 timeframe. I said, well, no. And he goes, we had the ability to look into the multiverse and get clean data and information from potential future events. Matt, you are correct about that, but remember, I didn't tell you. But what Project Looking Glass was, and potentially still is, was a way that they could look into the future, not only one future event, but using multiverse, they could look into up to 12 different scenarios.
Wow.
And they were able to glean future intelligence that they used later on, even private corporate entities used to manipulate the markets and all.
Yeah. Wow. So when you say 12 different like timelines, whatever, there's some that are more prominent, possible, and then there's some that are lesser, but any one of those really could be a future.
Anyone could happen. And it was when I was asking him why the military, I was being, and let me clarify this with the listeners from the previous show. When I stated that I was being surveyed by military helicopters, I was, but there was also ground surveillance at the time.
Absolutely.
I'm a psychic empath, and I would sense people following me.
Yeah.
And I would turn around to look at him, and one guy pushed me gently on my shoulder and said, "Don't look at me, look straight ahead, ignore me."
Wow.
I had complete total surveillance. They were protecting me. And I didn't know why. I had no idea. I said, I'm a nobody. I was homeless at the time. Why would they even take any interest in me? And what happened was Billy revealed it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me go back to now explaining Billy Rose. Billy Rose was, he told me his life story. Back when he was younger in the 1950s, he showed an above genius level IQ. He was born in 1946, I do believe. And when he was a young boy, his teachers found out that he had an above genius level IQ. And the government, a government/private industry consortium, went to his parents and said, can we adopt him? We'll pay you money. And what they did is that they put him in the gifted children's program. They paid for his education. He came out of it with a doctorate in theoretical physics and a master's in psychology. He then, to pay back the money that they actually paid on him, he had to work for both private industry and government contractors on military advanced technology programs. And he worked for Lockheed Martin, he worked for NASA, he worked for the U.S. Air Force, he worked for Raytheon and many others. And he did work at Area 51 and S4. So when people say that S4 didn't exist and that Bob Lazar was blowing smoke out of his anus, they're wrong. It was a real, I don't know if it's still there or not. It probably isn't. Reportedly, all the work that was done at S4, because it became public, was transferred to the Dugway Proving Grounds in Utah. So, I mean, it's not there anymore, but during that particular time, Billy had worked on not only trying to reverse engineer the Roswell propulsion system under the contract he had with the U.S. government, but he also was the original technician and designer of Project Looking Glass.
Wow.
And why my story was involved, and he told me about it, is because on every single report they were getting from all the timelines that they were observing, my name came up in every one of the reports.
They were seeing you in the future, yeah.
And I asked him, I said, well, what am I going to do? I mean, he goes, I can't tell you.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, what I said to you may have already affected the timeline.
Wow. Yep.
But then I asked him, I said, well, can you give me a little something, that'll help point me in the right direction? He goes, it's geopolitical in nature. And I went, geopolitical? I said, that has nothing to do with science. Okie dokie. And I went off with that. And I introduced Billy to Dr. Stephen Greer.
Nice.
In 2011, I did. Within 6 months after he went to work with Stephen, who already knew who he was. When they found him, he had injuries from what I heard, and I talked to Billy's ex-wife, his widow, Sharon. He had injuries consistent of what would happen to the body if you ran a car into a cement wall at over 110 miles per hour without the brakes on.
God. Man.
And they found him in his bathroom. They tried to claim that when they found him, his skull was crushed, his vertebrae was crushed, and he had a crushed shoulder blade and collarbone. Those are injuries that you cannot do on your own.
No.
In other words, what happened to the poor man is he had the holy living crap beat out of him. And it's because he did not keep his security oath. He revealed sensitive, compartmentalized information. And how this segues into the story with Amy Eskridge. She wasn't revealing any classified information in any of her interviews. But she became a security risk when she threatened a Mossad asset. And that was Mark Sokol. I believe it was peripheral. I do not believe that they got their hands dirty in it.
Yep.
But the Mossad sent agents to her home. She was probably drugged before this all occurred. She got drugged.
Mm-hmm.
And after drugging her, they arranged for there to be a suicide, to which she killed herself with a gunshot.
Right.
In other words, she didn't kill herself, but they staged the body, staged everything. She was drugged to where she couldn't fight back.
Yeah, it's maybe something that's like over your head. I mean, I don't understand why some people they just leave them that way, or maybe it's they mislead, they drug them, so they got to cover up the drugging, so they gunshot blast them, to pieces, and they put a suicide note out. Sure, yeah.
A suicide, they can make it look any way they want, and the same with what happened with Mark. Mark he was being surveyed within a week, and he told me about it. He was watching unmanned drones that was using what they call repulsor technology, pretty much anti-gravity technology. And he had seen them. They were flying around his house. He reported it, but people were saying he was crazy. He wasn't. And I know for a fact that he had become a liability to the U.S. government. Number one, when he became a sovereign citizen and didn't have to pay income taxes, and he owned a crap ton of guns. He was being visited pretty much every week by the Office of Homeland Security and by the U.S. Marshal's Office because they thought that he may be a potential terrorist threat, which he wasn't. He was a patriot beyond patriotism. Beyond what a patriot would be. I mean, Mark was the epitome of a patriot, a constitutionalist and all. He wouldn't have done anything to hurt anybody unless they tried to hurt him. Then all the gloves were off, or his family. But he was a pacifist. He wouldn't fight anybody. The guns were there for his protection. But because Mark became a sovereign citizen, their excuse was, we have to make sure that he isn't going to go off the rails. However, there was more to that. He was involved with Gordon Novell. It's a lie from Gordon and other members of the RAM group, which I was a part of. So I have an insider knowledge as to what happened with RAM. And Gordon, it was a proxy way of how the U.S. intelligence community were they were being blackmailed by Gordon. He had information on them. And then they used RAM to help funnel money into Gordon's coffers. Gordon never used except for one small bit of that money. Used it for the research that he was claiming he was going to use it for. He actually used it to buy hookers and drugs. He had a morphine addiction or heroin addiction. He did, Gordon did. So it was as soon as he lost the blackmail that with Gordon, it was within about a month or two that he passed away. Might need to do a romantic comedy after this too as well.
Yeah.
But
It's got to unwind from all this. Yeah, it's pretty deep stuff, no doubt.
well, and let me tell you guys something. Mark McCandlish had been invited to testify in front of Congress by Marco Rubio.
Really? When was
Yes.
that?
Mark died in 2021. It was supposed to be later that year. They were going to initiate UAP testimonies later that year in September. And Mark had been in contact on the phone with Marco Rubio.
Wow.
And it was no more than like 3 weeks after everything had been arranged that Mark ended up, quote, offing himself. Now let's go.
That's what's going on right now because Trump has said we're gonna start to reveal this stuff.
And the point is, what we're looking at here and what we have to look at here is that, in my opinion, and I'm not saying that the Mossad is 100% involved in this completely.
Sure.
There are people within the U.S. intelligence community and also military industrial complex contractors.
Very good. Yep.
Who, and let's get into that, segue into that right now.
Okay.
Military.
And this is perfect, Paul, because what I want to do is talk about some of the technology that, that's been hidden, the directed energy weapon stuff, and it's just got used yesterday by our fleet. So let me play a little clip about that, and then we'll go into some of the stuff that you're talking about, the military industrial complex, and how they're involved in a lot of this stuff, and how some of us just probably protecting, some of these industries that have this information. They got outside sources basically about ready to reveal something. Maybe this is what this is all about, which is why don't they just bring these scientists in and make them part of the program? So this is, he's going to talk about, this is Max Afterburner. He's going to talk about the ships that are in the Hormuz Strait. 3 destroyers ran through, and they started using directed energy weapons. So let's look at this.
Systems are confirmed deployed in this theater, and either or both could have been active during this engagement. First, let's talk about the Odin. That's the Optical Dazzling Interceptor, or interdictor for you acronym lovers. That's designated the ANSEQ-4. This is what's called a soft kill system. It projects a focused laser beam onto a drone's electro-optical and infrared sensors. The drone doesn't explode. It basically goes blind. Guidance system loses the target, loses orientation, and the airframe either crashes on its own or becomes easy prey for other defensive systems. Odin has been confirmed deployed on Arleigh Burke-class destroyers during Operation Epic Fury. It's not experimental. This is operational laser weapons crushing Iran's drones. Next is the Helios system. This acronym is for the books, high energy laser with integrated optical dazzler and surveillance. The MK5 Mod 0 is the hard kill system aboard the USS Preble, confirmed operating in these waters. 60 kilowatts of focus energy. It doesn't blind the drone. It structurally destroys it. When you can't blind it, just structurally destroy it. That's the biggest flex ever. It burns through the airframe mid-air, invisibly. In early 2026, Preble used Helios to destroy 4 drones in a live at-sea demonstration, proof of concept in real ocean conditions with real sea state and salt air.
All right, so we're definitely seeing some of this stuff beginning to be revealed. Now, I've been saying, yeah, we're using this. The bad guys use it to burn our cities, like they did in Maui, and like they did in the LA area just recently. So Palisades fire. So all of this stuff is, out there. The bad guys use it, but here we have, I believe, the good guys having on the good guy ships, and we're burning the bad guys, who's Iran, burning their drones out of the air with direct energy weapons and optical lasers. This is fantastic. This is being revealed now. What are your thoughts?
Well, they've been working on this technology since 1943, if not earlier, because they have. Remember, Nikola Tesla was working on the death ray,
Right.
that he said would end wars, and he tried to give the technology to generate an equal playing field to every country in the world.
Mm-hmm.
But when he died at the age of 83 in that hotel room, and the U.S. government went in there and broke into his safes and stole all this data,
Right.
his patent, his designs, his theoretical work, and all.
Mm-hmm.
They have had since 1943. They, and also Russia and now China, have had time to perfect this technology.
Yep.
They've had well over 80 years.
Mm-hmm.
And if anyone tells me that they could not have made a breakthrough in that time frame with the amount of money, the trillions that they put into it, I'll tell you, I've got some oceanfront property in the middle of Montana. I'll sell you for $1 an acre.
There you go.
Okay? And let's get into the other technology. I mean, the reason why they're releasing that technology, it's a game-changing technology, but however, it's not the ultimate state of art. And this is where this comes in as to why they don't want the UAP technology to be made public and to be disclosed. And why? Now, Amy, I believe, was a Mossad hit, as was Gerald Bohl, the Canadian engineer and physicist, and he died under mysterious, or he was murdered by the Mossad, and they acknowledged that when he was building the super cannon for Saddam Hussein and Iraq.
Right.
But there are not only foreign actors working on this, but there are corporate actors.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you one thing.
This is fascinating because it does have legitimate, or fortunately, however you look at it, because we can go all the way back to Constantinople, the fall of Constantinople. So the cannon maker that could have changed history came to what was it, Constantine the 11th, I think it was. And he said, "Hey, I got this cannon. It'll help change against the Muslim hordes. You won't be, taken out." And he's like, "How much is it?" And he's like, "Blah, blah, 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 blah." And Constantine's like, "I don't have that kind of money." So he went to the Muslims, and the Muslims were like, "We'll pay, make as many as you can." And that's what brought down the walls of Constantinople. And so yeah, Saddam Hussein, if he gotten that energy cannon, God, that would have been crazy what he could have done with it. And if Iran had gotten the bomb, they could have done incredible things with it. So we're stopping some of it in some places. The good guys are, but then the bad guys are trying to are the good guys. I don't know whose side they're on sometimes, are trying to take out some of these people that could be revealing this information that could help us or maybe hurt us. So it's kind of hard to pinpoint, where and who is on the good side and who is not sometimes.
Well, let me also bring up the fact about the military-industrial complex. What a lot of people don't realize is Lockheed Martin, Boeing and other companies that do classified work, Raytheon and all, have their own security details. Most of those men and women that work in covert security systems, even like with diligence and other groups made up of former intel agency operatives and special forces people who work in the private sector.
Yes.
Those people are the ones who, on the corporate side, who are going in there and they're taking out people who are working on technologies that either mimic or are identical to what they are working on under classification.
Yeah. Now I'll tell you that worked both ways, because I was approached to help a scientist, and she had a protected detail, and the guys approached me. They're like, "We want you to be part of our team." I was like, "No, I've got other projects that are going on," but there are same thing. You don't know who's on the good side, who's on the bad side in some of these cases. But this person was definitely needed to be protected, who I could have gotten involved with, but I can't do everything. So it's, and like you have incredible knowledge that you could help change the world, and they've been suppressing you. So maybe this is one of the things that Project Looking Glass saw you doing, coming out and speaking out against some of these political types. So this is a good conversation to have.
Well, and thank you. And back to what we were just saying about the covert intelligence apparatus through the private sector. You think about it. You put yourself on the board of directors of a major corporation, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Boeing, and they've got IP, intellectual property, patents and all that they need to protect. And some bum, like let's say me, is coming up with ideas that either mimic or is better than what they're currently working on. And they're going to do anything and everything to protect their IP and their market share. It's that simple. It's greed.
Yeah.
I mean, you want your stockholders to be happy, to make money. However, you become a person like me, and I had threats made on me before when I open sourced my designs and all.
Yeah, I bet. By
a defense contractor who warned me not to do it or there would be repercussions.
Wow.
But you know what? I did it anyway. Because he thought that I was going to affect his company's ability because they based one of their patents on designs that I sent them for review. I was the originator of the IP. They stole the IP. And then they threatened me, and through my father, who's now deceased, that I would face repercussions because they spent a lot of money on that.
Sure.
And that's the whole point. Why would corporate intelligence agency
money? Like, yeah, I'm involved with a company called LifeWave, and the inventor was involved with General Dynamics as the sub program. He was going to save them all kind of money on a hydrogen program that was going to make oxygen better, and it would save them all kind of money. And they're like, okay, we're going to put you over here with these SEALs because we're making that. And I interpret it now when I look at the program, we're making a lot of money, and you're going to cut our money. And he thought he was doing a good thing to save money for the Navy, and this company was like, get out of here, and then he went to help the Navy SEALs. He was helping the Navy SEALs, and Obama comes in and is like, get out of here. You're helping the Navy SEALs, and the medical establishment's not benefiting from this, so you're out of here. So this is what we're seeing. A lot of these companies that have great ideas, they have great scientists and great people that are heading these companies up, and billionaires that are trying to support them. So it's not just scientists; it's the billionaires. Like a billionaire could come in and support you, and you could do incredible stuff. But if someone even hinted that they were going to help you, they'd have to have really good protection. So.
Well, you know what? The only thing I'm concerned about is protecting my family at this point. But me getting the truth out, I'd be okay with that. I'm not worried, and God brought me back every time, so I'm not worried about that.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. So yeah, so I think we get a little bit of protection out there, but we're not stupid. We don't just throw everything out there and just hit me. Go ahead, hit me. No, I'm not like that. I'm like, okay, I'm being very cautious, and I move around, I stay ghost-like, and reveal information like we're doing right now. So now, what else? No, we're going to talk about the military-industrial complex. I showed you the laser and direct-to-entry weapon stuff, and we're going to go into the industrial. Let's do that now.
Well, let me tell you, if they're releasing that information publicly right now, they've got something on the drawing boards or in covert classified work that makes that look like a child's toy.
Absolutely. Oh yeah. And whatever we're seeing right now is that's technology had 20, 30, 50 years ago, and now they're bringing it out. And they're like, okay, we can show this to the public and to all our enemies, but we got something like way better. Yeah, I've been involved in that. I know. Yeah, it's no big deal.
Well, one of the things, and I'm going to try to focus on this point, we're seeing scientists working on alien visitation, but the ones what we have in the wings, I'll put it that way, in the background, are technologies that deal with gravity modification, which was called anti-gravity years ago, and systems deliverable technology for ordnance using warp field technology. The reason why Trump is not afraid about what may or may happen to our troops or our fleets in Iran right now is that Trump literally has an ace up his sleeve. He has his proverbial Trump card.
Yeah.
They have the ability, even though they haven't told Elon Musk this, they're using Elon's Starship as a cover program because they already have point-to-point technology already perfected that deals with warp drive technology.
Wow.
And if anyone knew what I know, this is where those scientists became a liability, Amy being one of them. And General McCaslin became another one more recently, and even including Mark and Billy Rose. It's not so much that the technology is out there as how much money it would take to perfect it. We're not talking millions, people. I'm not going to get into the minutia or specifics on how much it would cost. But in some projects, proof of concepts, you can build a working warp drive anti-gravity system for under $10,000.
Holy smokes. Wow.
Now, you work, Michael, in intelligence, right?
Oh, yeah.
You tell me this. If your enemies knew that they could build a point-to-point transport system like the TR-3B Black Manta and develop it as a payload weapons delivery system, where you can flash in, drop your payload, boom, and then flash out again.
Yeah.
That gives you what? First strike capability.
Yes.
They already have that. They've had it for at least.
I've seen this. I remote viewed this, that they came in like you're talking about and dropped a nuke on Israel and then flashed back out. So, and I think that one thing that's happening right now is because Trump got involved, and they're about to do that, and that's why we hit Iran.
Well, see, here's the particular problem. The Israeli government and the Mossad has enough intelligence that they know how much these systems would cost to develop. You can do anything on a shoestring budget using and reconfiguring existing technology to work in the way that you would want it to work. It doesn't have to cost a hell of a lot of money.
Yeah.
But if your enemies can acquire this technology for on cheap, that becomes a security threat.
Absolutely.
And Iran, I'm going to give you a bit of news. Iran is a part of the BRICS nations, including Russia and China, India, and Brazil.
Right.
They have a mutual security compact with their member nations. And Iran is the I in BRICS. Iran is a part of that. What a lot of the United States government is not telling the people right now is because of that mutual security compact. Russia and China are feeding weapons technology to Iran for their defense. Russia and China both already have anti-gravity technology in one form or another.
I bet, yeah.
If Iran acquires that technology, it's game over for Israel. They know that. And what they're going to do is that they're going to eliminate any potential threat that could either intentionally or accidentally feed Iran, even through their hacker organizations, technical intelligence to build these devices. These devices are far more security sensitive than even the atomic bomb.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And wow, Paul, I think you've gotten down to the root of all this, because we're hashing it out. Why this, why that, who's in control here? But I think we're hitting on it. I would say those guys that are involved in these programs to take these people out, he's got to, because a lot of these guys, I can tell you, when I was involved in these programs, you don't ask questions. You just do. And if you ask questions, that's going to get you exposed and get you taken out of the program or something worse. So I would say that some of these people that are involved in these programs, they need to really start to maybe get involved in turning that around, where you're going in and just carte blanche because you're told to. Yeah. And to people's defense that, we're involved in that, guys, it's like some people just aren't, I just want to be a psychopath. It's like they're trained to be that as children, and then they come up in these systems and they're recognized. They're like, okay, go get him. We've trained him since he's a little boy to be, or a little girl, whatever, to be psychopathic, and let's activate it and put him in. So that's what happens, unfortunately. We've exposed this for a long time. These programs that go after children, and it's part of families. Families are like, okay, we're gonna abuse our children, and they're gonna get compartmentalized in their minds, and then from that we can start to make them geniuses and all kind of crazy stuff, and then send them out to do all this crazy stuff for us.
Well, and look at what's happening with child trafficking and all right now.
Yeah.
And especially, and I hope you don't mind me segueing into this. I know that a lot of teen influencers and all are being groomed into going into trafficking later on in their lives.
Sure.
And I'm a grandpa now, thank goodness, and I've got a grandson who's now 14 or 15 years old now.
Wow.
And anyone who would try to bring him or threaten to bring him into trafficking, and that happened before, he and his brothers. So and a lot of these companies are involved in that. And we're even talking about corporations dealing in the military industrial side. And we need to find a way to bring back our humanity.
Yeah. Yes.
And children unfortunately are being groomed. Like my father, he was beat on as a child. He was excessively abused by his father and his siblings to a point where it basically fractured his psyche.
Yeah.
And that's why they could hire him and put him, and also he was an expert marksman in the Marines. So they could hire him and he had no conscience. But the issue is, we need to find a way to bring back our humanity for all those who are working in either private intelligence organizations who are listening to this, and I know that they're there, and in U.S. intelligence government, whether it be military or CIA.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to bring this up to you. Go against your programming.
Yes.
Become one with peace and love. Do not do what you're told to do. You're not going to take that money and property with you when you go. Try to do something that's more positive for humanity. Here's the issue. We're in a dark place right now in our country. They tried to kill the president 3 times already, maybe more. I've heard that there may have been 2 more opportunities to kill Donald Trump that were thwarted successfully at that point.
Right.
What we need to do is stop the rhetoric and start learning to work with one another. We can defeat what is going on. Number 1, for all of you who may be working on classified projects who are afraid for your life or lives, I want you to do one thing. Be positive and say, despite what they do, I'm going to be protected. But also be very proactive in your own protection. If you could buy a gun or a weapon, have one. Don't necessarily use it if you don't have to, but have it just in case and get some training on firing the weapon. But we need to stand together. We need to stop this from going on, but we have to be a unified front. That means everybody. That means everybody that your audience knows. You need to get them out there to talk to their friends, family, and generate a united front. What one can't do, many can. One person can't build a bridge, but a whole team can. One can't bring peace alone. You have to have friends and assets to work with you towards that. But you have to protect one another. Because it's obvious, in my opinion, after watching everything I have from behind the scenes, that we're not going to be protected by our government. And our elected officials, they are only out for themselves. They are not out to protect any of us. So we must unify and protect ourselves.
Yeah. We do have, like we talked about earlier, some cases, a couple cases. We have Representative Tim Burchett. He's launching the UAP caucus, and Anna Paulina Anna Luna Paulina. So we got a couple out there that seem to be in the right place. But yeah, you're right for the most part, and we need to support them. We need to get behind them. What they're
I
doing.
agree.
And that'll show all the, like we're talking about. That'll show all the other people. Hey, they got support. They got people behind them. Maybe we can reveal now. And I can tell everybody that the reason why I was able to really come out, because every time I would say something on Facebook, I would get destroyed by the deep state. But when Donald Trump came in was when it became open for us to start to reveal. And so this is what we need to do, like we're talking about, right? You're talking about this, and I've been talking about this for a long time too. You're doing a really, really good job, Paul, of talking about this. We have to work together, and we have to reveal, and support those that are revealing. If we don't, we're doomed. We're absolutely doomed. And those people that are, that do come out and reveal, we have to support them. Like, these people that are getting, whacked out there. And who's this one guy, Jeremy Rise, you're talking about in your other video?
He does the podcast called The Alien Scientist. Now, Jeremy, I know him. I'm going to tell you, I think he's got a really good heart, and his heart's in the right place.
Good.
But unfortunately, he's with the wrong person. He's associated with that, and I've told Jeremy that. And Jeremy, and here's another real funny thing about Jeremy Rice. Jeremy was on an episode of Man vs. Food. One of the early episodes where, what's his name, went into a bar to do a food challenge. And he talked to Jeremy in the background. Jeremy was filmed then. But Jeremy did the Alien Scientist podcast. And overall, he's a good guy. It's just that his association with Mark Sokol, Mark basically is the money man for Jeremy, and Mark has got Jeremy by the short hairs. So Jeremy does whatever Mark tells him to do. And like I said, I like Jeremy. I think he's a good guy. But Jeremy, unfortunately, is compromised because of Mark. Bottom line. It's not that I think he means well. He's got a good heart. But he doesn't want to bite the hand that feeds him, so to speak. And Mark is supplying money. And I tried to ask him one time years ago, where's Mark getting all the money? He goes, I can't say. We've signed non-disclosure agreements.
And this is another thing that, guys are like, getting the money. I can say, when I worked for the CIA, I made a lot of money, and it was tough to like walk away from that money. But finally, it just got to me that I could see the evil stuff that was going on in the background. I just could not do it anymore. Couldn't support it anymore. So sometimes you have to walk away, and you'll survive. I've survived, and I've actually thrived at this point. So there is opportunity for us, but you're gonna have to like walk away from this evil, guys. If you're involved in evil, and we're talking to those people that are involved in evil, and they know they're involved in evil, they need to walk away. They need to either reveal it. Be careful how you reveal it, because if you reveal too early, too much, you're going to get taken out. So there's definitely ways that we can destroy the system, but we have to work together. And so one other guy you mentioned in your video, I'm gonna show a little bit of that video here in a second. Is Dr. John Brandenburg, Mars and the Space Program. Tell us a little bit about this guy.
Well, he's a plasma physicist who worked for Lawrence Livermore Lab, Los Alamos, Orbitech at one time, and is now currently, and also Morningstar Applied Physics, and then with Kepler Aerospace. And he's working on generating a reactor design, but I'm not going to go into any detail with that, because I'm not going to give away the proprietary information that John's working on. I'm not going to reveal that to anyone. But John was also on several episodes of Ancient Aliens as well. And it was from a bombardment of two thermonuclear devices that were the size of the Empire State Building that were dropped on Mars. One at Cydonia, and there was another one further south that caused a chain reaction in Mars's atmosphere that destroyed Mars and its ability to sustain life on Mars. And Mark knows what he was good friends with Amy Eskridge himself.
Wow.
He had spoken to her, and he was one of the ones who told me that they believe that Mark Sokol was involved in not only him, but Brent Nelson, his boss at Kepler, informed me as well. So at that particular point, in my opinion, why no one at the Justice Department, or why didn't they, with their contacts within the intelligence community, why did they not inform law enforcement to have an investigation done is beyond me.
Yeah, somebody's manipulating that.
Yeah,
somebody's taking control of that, and it could be some of the Mossad people like you're talking about that are infiltrated.
They run the country now. Our foreign policy is being run not out of D.C., but it's run out of Jerusalem right now. And the ultimate infiltrator in the Trump organization is his son-in-law, Jared Kushner. But he's not doing that. Jared is dictating in the White House. Jared, what's the name of that woman who's the billionaire doctor and philanthropist who funds AIPAC, who introduced Ivanka Trump to Jared. I cannot remember her name, but Adelson, yeah.
Okay, that sounds right, yeah.
And to me, I think that the reason why Miriam Adelson introduced Ivanka Trump to Jared was because they were trying to segue a Zionist into the Trump household.
Wow.
Which means Trump has been compromised for many years. He was friends with Jeffrey Epstein and all. This is fact. We're not blowing smoke up your skirts or anything. He has been compromised. What Trump needs to do, and I pray, and if Trump may listen to this interview, I don't know if he would or not, I'm going to plead with you, Mr. President. If they have dirt on you, don't ever be afraid. Release it, admit to your faults. Now, that happened over 40 years ago. Admit to what happened. Take control of your presidency back from the Zionist. If it means you've got to step on your son-in-law's toes, Jared, do it. Because forever on, people are not going to think of you as the good president anymore. They're going to look at you and say you're the most compromised president in U.S. history. Miriam Adelson is just one person. You should not project informed policy from an outside source. If it doesn't benefit the United States, Mr. President, don't do it.
I agree. So this is interesting. I just brought up these pictures, and looks like that's Giorgia Meloni fact, they're Italian
Yes.
prime minister. So I've heard it from different sources. She's compromised too. Interesting.
Well, and I believe that this was a covert operation, possibly done by the Mossad through Miriam Adelson to introduce Jared to Ivanka. They already projected and could see that there would be a future political candidacy of Trump even before Trump became president or ran in 2015. So they were putting their pieces together on their own chessboard. They had to get Jared with Ivanka and then convert Ivanka to Judaism. And then reportedly, Ivanka and Jared converted Trump. And he is a, quote, grafted Jew himself at this point. So in other words, we're having our foreign policy dictated by Israel. We need to stop that. We don't have the money to keep fighting a protracted war with anybody right now. Right now, I mean, even with the advanced technology that we currently have, if we don't have any armaments, any payloads to deliver with these technologies, if we don't have a way to fight back, then we've compromised, unfortunately.
Tsunami of events, and it's designed to keep us a little off balance. That's on purpose. There's a reason for that, because there's so much coming out, and the target audience, to use Derek's professional description of the group that a PSYOP is being operated against, comprises many different psychographic and demographic groupings, and so everyone gets a different message, a different way to achieve the same objective. Now, in relation to the scientists, for example, this is just one example of what's happening everywhere else. Traditional groups are being replaced. Traditional individuals are being replaced. Most of those are corrupted. All are under control. Some were undercover, and they're going to, and that's okay. That's, as John and I have mentioned many times before, all the actors in this particular play have a role. They have a purpose to fulfill, and once that's done, they're gone. And so people will come and go. The way it's being done, though, is interesting. This massive level of speculation, which causes the people concern, is by design. My father was an author, playwright, and poet. And he said, whenever you're telling a story, if you really want to engage the audience, let them put the last piece of the puzzle into place. Because if you just present the whole thing, they'll look at it and change the channel and find out what else is on. But if you can intrigue them, get them concerned, get them interested to figure it out for themselves. Now, I like cryptic crosswords, which are highly complex. There's a whole code behind them, but that's not for everybody. Some just like to watch a straightforward show and guess the end of the show before the end comes. And so all of these different approaches have to be covered. The scientists fall beautifully into that category. The science board gone, new scientists disappear. Have they gone to Valhalla? Have they? Are they in some sort of global witness protection? Have they been moved into a position of real authority and power to do what's got to be done down the track? And the fact that we're speculating is exactly what's got to be done, because people love to put that last piece into place. It engages them and they stay with the story. They feel some satisfaction when they find that they have actually discerned the truth behind the matter, and that gets them on board. They talk about it. They talk to their friends. Their friends talk to their friends. And slowly, bit by bit, the target audience is won over. Not only directly by the PSYOP itself, but by the crowd. And I'll finish on this. Every businessman knows that the best reference is word of mouth. Advertising is one thing. You can tell people everything you want, but they're going to hear this and they're going to hear that. They're going to see this, they're going to experience that. They're going to see this, they're going to experience that. So if the word of mouth is the most effective form of advertising, that's exactly what the white hats are getting into the people's minds. Let them work it out. Let them put the last piece into place. It's part of the show. Wilcox, I think, is a different matter. That might be legitimate. We don't know for certain. But it's certainly, we're seeing with the scientists is what is being played out writ large across the planet, whether it's national governments or whether it's the National Science Board, makes no difference. Same procedure, same result, which is the control of the system by the White Hats. I enjoyed watching this come out because, once again, this is going to be replayed again and again and again. What they're striking at is one of the most divisive issues in the United States, and that's the black-white one, which is largely manufactured. The facts of the black-white relations, yes, there's some regrettable actions in the past, but it's been blown so badly out of proportion as to be a sucking chest wound on the entire nation for so long, and it's just wrong in fact. But to convince someone they've been betrayed, it's easier to betray someone than convince them they've been betrayed. We know that. And so coming out and just reporting it is one thing. But then to show the Southern Poverty Law Center in bed with the Ku Klux Klan, paying them off to cause trouble, you can't ignore it now. You even the most trenchant racist, black or white, has to look at that and say, my God, we've been played, and you've been played for fools. You have. And so this is one of those issues that when we say it's going to break people, it doesn't break me. I mean, I just laugh. A, it's not my country. B, I love the truth. Regardless of the pain that comes with it, I love the truth. But those that have wedded themselves to one or other side of this particular fight now have to admit that they have been played for the longest time. And this, again, is writ small on a world writ large, where every contest on this planet, whether it's between a husband and a wife, because she watched something on TV or he listened to something on the radio, and it poisons the relationship between the husband and wife, through to conflicts between nations because there's a war for something that doesn't seem to make sense. And at the end of that war, the alleged heroes and victors live in poverty. The whole design is to step in. This is the cabal, this is the black hats, create the false opposition and then feed both sides of that equation. And I've used that on the, we've got the example of the husband and wife where ideologies and ideas and social proof has been provided that these are good things to do to spruce up your marriage, and all of a sudden it destroys the marriage, through to, and I've mentioned this before, but I'll mention it again because repetition is the mother of mastery, the creation of communist China under the alleged leadership of Mao Zedong was exactly that. It was manufactured by the cabal. The U.S. chairman of the Joint Chiefs, George Marshall, allegedly the hero of all, but actually made sure that he's a deep state actor, as most of the senior leadership of the U.S. was, and up until recently has been. They established Mao Zedong as the counter to Chiang Kai-shek, who was a Democrat who was sidelined, went to Taiwan, and then they backed Mao Zedong so they could have this communist capitalist battle, and they feed both sides of the war. We know that. And even Chiang Kai-shek played a role because then he could be a thorn in communist China's side, another point of friction. They love creating points of friction. And so what you're seeing with the Southern Poverty Law Center, there's a group of despicable individuals hooking up with the KKK in order to feed this black-white racism in the United States, which has manifested itself. The damage socially is immeasurable. But in a practical sense, the deaths of hundreds of thousands of millions of blacks, whether it be through gunshot wounds and abortion, which has been one of the objectives, starting from Susan Sanger, the founder of Planned Parenthood, was to rid the United States of blacks through abortion. All these things are intertwined, they're interlaced, they're designed. And so when this finally hit the mainstream media, it was a big it was a moment of celebration for a lot of us to say, this is the pain that's coming, but not for everybody. Everyone's going to have their own pain. Well, you'll be speaking about the Catholics shortly. They'll have their own pain. The black and whites, the blacks and the whites, the racists, both sides, they're going to have their pain. And this is that, when is the pain coming? It's been here for some time. It just depends which part of the target audience you are.
just to let you know. But we'll go back to the top of the panel with Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bossi. I want to talk about Kash Patel, who has stated in no unmistaken terms that arrests are coming very soon concerning the election theft and interference from 2016 forward. We hear names being dropped now like Brennan, Clapper, Comey, Strzok. Comey's an interesting discussion within, but Brennan, Clapper, Comey, Strzok, Page, and the rest of that clan, what I call valuable low-lying fruit, as all things lead to Obama per President Trump. So would that be a fair analysis, Ricardo, sir, about the low-lying fruit becoming a narrative? I think if Kash Patel has stated in no mistaken terms they're about to be arrested, I'm going to take him on his word. How do you analyze this narrative, and will this lead to Obama?
Will it lead to Obama? Absolutely, yes, it will. And it must, because as I said before, we know that Obama wasn't some great mastermind. He was just the stooge who signed the paper. Now, that's important. It really is important, because he might have been a stooge, but he was the hand that signed the paper. So it's got to lead to him, because that'll start shattering some more of these illusions. And just people should remember, the only thing they're going to lose here is something that I think it was Bruce Lee, the great martial artist, said. All you're going to lose are illusions. That's it. You're not going to lose anything else in reality. And so while that's tough for a lot of people to take, particularly what I call the yellow hats, whose whole lives revolve around their stock portfolio and their housing investments, they're going to find pain in that. But it's all a lie. But back to your point, Comey's now been actually indicted by a grand jury on 2 counts. And people will say, great, this isn't on an invitation to attend an interview. This is an actual grand jury indictment threatening to do harm to the president, and then using Twitter to put up that famous 8645 shells or stones in the sand message. And for those that aren't familiar with that, to 86 something, it means to take out. And depending on who you read, the etymology either originates because it's rhyming slang, and it sounds like nix, which is a German term meaning nothing. We got nothing in stock. Nix that customer's order, meaning there's nothing to give the customer. It's also nix, just meaning take them out. In the military, 86, that one, just kill it. And the 47 obviously is a reference to Trump. So using a carriage service to communicate the threat. So these are 2 grand jury indictments that Comey is facing. This is what people have been waiting for. Now, like any good show, they're not going to roll it out too quickly. They've got several episodes in several seasons that they have to fill a commercial hour with, so to speak, using the analogy of a TV show. So are the arrests coming? We've heard it 100 times. How many nothing burgers do you go for before you realize there's nothing there? And just when the audience is absolutely fed up, bang, out comes the arrest. And they'll forget the delay, and now they're going to enjoy the arrest. And Comey is that, as you call it, John, that low-hanging fruit that it's obvious. It's something they get their hands on. They saw Comey sweating there while he was exonerating, after listing all of Hillary Clinton's crimes with the server and the rest of it. He's sweating like a turkey that knows his Christmas dinner. So watching that bald-faced lying performance by Comey, and now the truth is coming out, this is going to give, it's not so much red meat to the crowd, but at least it's a bone with a bit of meat on it for us to chew on, to know that it is actually happening. So they're slowly feeding it out. Beginning, this is the rollout of a lot more to come, and this is the crescendo of arrests, crescendo of satisfaction that has to lead towards a genuine celebration on 4th July.
Thank you. A couple of quick follow-ups on this related subject with Ricardo. And again, we're more event-driven versus date-driven, and I understand that. So having said that, as a disclaimer, speculation, in your opinion, as these low-lying fruit get processed and arrested according to Kash Patel, soon according to Kash Patel, all roads leading to Obama, would you speculate that Obama's time comes before or after the midterms?
If I was at the planning table, I'd be saying bring it up before, because there's plenty more to come after that. But the people need a genuine, a deeply, profoundly sincere reason to celebrate, and that would be the stick in your thumb and pull out a plum. That's the juice that they're going to need. After that, the rest can roll out. That'd be my advice. Do I know what's going to happen for sure? Of course not. But I'd be certainly saying this is what you want to do, because everybody knows that Obama is the figurehead of all of this, and it's a real figurehead. And the fact that he is what he is interesting. But what's more important is the entire presidency was false. Every law is unconstitutional. It's all a lie. And the best way to assuage people's anger, I guess, is to focus all of your angst on a one supervillain. We know he's not a supervillain, but he's the guy that deserves it. And so, you had a fight with your wife this morning. Well, we can celebrate because Obama's going down. Forgive me here, but it's a bit of a story. It's a bit like the Huey that went down in Vietnam. It's in a book called Chicken Hawk. It's a great read. Anyway, a Huey carrying a whole bunch of supplies went down, but they had no manifest on what was on that aircraft. So the store, the quartermaster store, basically sent out a message to all the units. Look, tell us what you had on that helo, so we can write it off, because they've got to account for all the equipment. Well, if they added up the tonnage that everyone claimed was on that aircraft, a C-17 couldn't have carried the load. So everyone's going to dump a whole bunch of their genuine anger, frustration, pain, misery that has been building up over the years, over the last many. The people need a point of focus to project all of that onto, and I couldn't think of a better target than Barry Soetto, because that'll clear them emotionally, and I guess clear them emotionally, mentally, even spiritually to a degree, psychologically definitely, so they can then move on after 4 July and begin the great labors of peace, as I call them, because the tribulation of war will continue, but it will appear to the target audience that the major work is done, and now we can get on and commence the great labors of peace. And as we've spoken before, focusing on health and wealth will be the two great priorities. Again, if I was at the planning table, zero tax, get them rich, because you can be more generous when you've got a pocket full of personality. Health and wealth are the two big things. Once the people get that, then you can watch after July 4. The trajectory will be so much more joyful.
Thank you. I just want a quick comment to our viewers. This isn't about Republican and Democrat going after Barry here. This isn't about certainly black and white going after Barry here. We could have the same level of discussion on the Bushes. Run a clip right now of President Donald J. Trump talking about two words, central casting, and then we'll close out with brief comments on the recent correspondent dinner. That clip actually goes on and on and on, but I think you get the message. And I want to remind our viewers, about 4, 5, 6 weeks ago, President Trump published on the Truth Social X platforms introducing Kevin Warsh to replace Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell. And in that post, he said, "You're going to love everything about this gentleman. He's going to do a great job. He's central casting." So back to the top of the panel. Please limit your brief closing comments on the correspondence dinner, and we'll conclude our broadcast. And thank you all very much. Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bossi, let's briefly discuss this correspondence dinner event. And I'll remind our viewers, Q said you're watching a movie. So what are your views, Ricardo, of what the world witnessed just a few days ago in what is being called the third assassination attempt on President Donald J. Trump?
Yeah, the point of attack here was the mainstream media. That's why it was this event occurred at the correspondence dinner. Pete Hegseth immediately jumped up and shoved a finger in the face of the media saying, "You have created this situation." Now, we know it was a show. That's not the point. The fact that it was fabricated, that's not the issue. This is now the white hats putting the mainstream media squarely into their crosshairs. And watch what happens next with the media. There'll be my prediction here is that, and I'm like Derek, I don't like making them, although we have to speculate sometimes. My guess is the media is going to come under the gun very, very heavily.
They had spread across the world long before the Pilgrims got here. So every continent, everywhere. So if you go to the Native Americans, the Dene or the Navajo, the Apache, it doesn't matter which group. They all have knowledge and stories, which is how they keep their history of vampires going back as long as they can remember, and they're in this part of the world. And that goes also for any part of the world you go into. I've been in quite a few countries and they all know them. So it doesn't matter if you go into like really remote regions in the Philippines where the Tassidae or something, they know of them. It's pretty much everywhere in the world you go, even small islands in different places, they know of vampires. And they usually you'll see graves with iron on the grill of the grave so they can't get out, and all of that. So, and you'll see, iron stake down through the grills, stakes, several of them. So, they were all over the world for a long time. Next question. Actually, a lot of the people the handlers and stuff are still out. So, they're not gone. And then the triggers can be one word. If you've seen the movie Conspiracy Theory, he was an MK Ultra, and he had a compulsion to go buy Catcher in the Rye everywhere he went. I believe it was the book. Go buy a bookstore. He had to go buy that, and that would flag that that's a Mark Ultra that is in there. And if you've seen Britney Spears on stage, they said the code word, and she became a little girl, like 8 years. Oh, is that strawberries? I love strawberries. So they're different code words for each person. There is a general code word to activate large groups at a time through the media, through your iPhone, where they could send a text and you open the text and you read something. And if you're an MK Ultra, it would trigger you a certain personality too. It doesn't just trigger them. There's a basic trigger that just triggers some kind of freeze. Like I think there was a newscaster and they said something and he's just standing there looking and not doing anything. And there was I think it was a sports star with his wife, and they said something and her eyes were doing weird stuff all of a sudden, and her face is contorting and, doing things your eyes shouldn't be able to do. I don't know anybody can make their eyes do that intentionally. So, they have broad triggers but they also have, especially with the assassin types, they have different personalities that have different trigger words. So if the person's personality to go assassinate somebody like Trump is triggered, then they would go get the appropriate equipment and gear, and they would go and do it. And usually MK Ultras are actually very intelligent people. They're not lesser intelligent or mentally challenged individuals. They are high intelligence people like we just saw. That is likely to me an MK Ultra person, and it was a setup, and it's one that the White Hats, the Alliance, took over and took control of so that they could stage that, so they can get the stuff about the ballroom and that stuff out, and other things as well. It also has to do about certain books that have been coming out about the Queen and how she handled presidents and all of that, and other things. So there are Mark Ultras, and they're triggered at different times in different ways. They also have internal triggers. So if the original personality starts to try to get away and get out of being an MK Ultra, they have a personality that will assassinate that person. Well, and then they also have a rat personality if they're trying to do that. The first option is that this personality will rat them out to their handler. The original's trying to break out. She's doing that, or they won't say the original, they'll say the original person's name is trying to break out, JoJo's trying to break out. So that's how that works. Just kind of a broad what's going on with the Anunnaki, I guess. So the Anunnaki created mankind. Just to correct on that one, that's important, not human. Human is the original. They created from with what the other items beings you mentioned as a the Anunnaki are originally from the dwarf brown star Nemesis. It is one of two star systems that orbit our sun. They have three outer planets. Their original home world is Nibiru. They also inhabit the next two planets, that seventh planet, the sixth and the fifth planet, which are Helion and Argoda. They are currently still continuing to be part of the deep state and trying to help win the war for the deep state. Unbelievably, you'd think at some point you would give up and say, get out of Dodge while they're getting as good. As we used to say, get out while the getting is good. So they're not. And the reason Israel is for last is because it is the primary home of the Alpha Draco underneath there, as well as the main area, since Ukraine is cleaned out pretty much now, for the Jesuits. They run Israel. Not this, they are the Zionists or the Khazarian. They became the Jesuits when they went to Spain. And so the upper leadership of the Jesuits are Anunnaki, although they don't show themselves because they're kind of obvious. When somebody has 6 fingers, 6 toes, and they're 8, 9 feet tall, there's a problem with that. So they don't show themselves in public except for in shape-shifted capacity. So that's basically the sum total of your question. Still a lot of weapons, some we don't even know about yet. And they have, some of the weapons that the U.S. military has, not as devastating ones, but they don't have anything like the Golden Dome or the discombobulator, which is part of the Golden Dome. But Trump loves to say the discombobulator. So the technologies and things that, of course, they have a lot of Mark Ultras and a lot of other things. The main thing they're doing to keep them from doing things is to use blackmail and threats of death and releasing the blackmail and wiping out their families and them and destroying their legacy, which is something that I don't completely understand why it's so important to them, but it is incredibly important to them. So they keep them in line and are keeping them from doing a lot, the White Hats, by controlling them, which is, if you can turn an enemy to doing your bidding, you're 2 up. But if you eradicate them, you're 1 up. So if you gain somebody you can use, like what we just recently saw with the Attorney General, she was not completely clean. She was used for the time, and now she's gone. And so, that was comms to the deep state. You have this amount of time until the Attorney General's gone. They know that. It's in the wires, in the underside of things. And if you don't join the White Hats by then we're going to come after you. And that's it. You got time to do your thing. And so now she's gone. And now we see Comey indicted. And I don't know if he's turned himself in yet, but he said he was going to turn himself in. But there's a warrant out for his arrest. So we're seeing the first arrest and others to be coming. And so that's the nature of how the White Hats play it, and the Black Hats just do force and pressure, but they do a lot of the manipulation and controlling and pressure points too.
Are the chemtrails less toxic now?
A lot of the chemtrails are actually not bad anymore. They're non-toxic, and they're to hide what's going on. That's why the sky is pretty covered all the time, so that you can't see what's going on over your head between the Alliance and the Cabal.
What do you foresee as the following steps that will lead up to the end of the Federal Reserve slash petrodollar. Gas prices in our area are the highest that I've ever seen, and they continue to increase.
Yeah, that should be coming down pretty soon now that the United Arab Emirates has left OPEC, and Venezuela, I believe, now has left OPEC as well. So that should probably bring gas prices down by 25 to 50 cents per gallon. But what's going on with Iran and the Straits of Hormuz, Trump now, I guess, I don't know, Straits of Hormuz, is the reason for that. And so the petrodollar is limited time use only. It's on its way out. And once silver goes past parity with gold, that'll collapse the world banking system, and most likely the Fed, which is already under the Treasury anyway, will just go away. So, I mean, for the current head of the Fed not to step down, I don't really care. He's going away, and you can go ahead and stay in there until you're in a building by yourself. I don't care. There's a percentage that will not. and they don't have long. So, there are ones that, 3 to 8% in that category. Then you've got the majority of people already. A lot of people are waking up because of the Epstein files, and that'll continue. And then now that the first arrest is done, and we start to see, another one, then two more, then 4, then 10, as it grows and grows like a geometric curve, then people are going to go, I guess it was real. So, yeah, there's people like, just don't believe it until they see it. Faked with a clone or something. It doesn't seem like him. And I think that's one possibility, that he was putting in witness protection and stuff. He was involved in some high-tech stuff. So he was wanting to get rid of the deep state in certain ways. He may have, in trying to do something specifically in his mind, do what Tesla did, and has changed timelines or gone back in time to do something to manipulate or try to change something. That's a possibility. That person that was talking about what he was talking about before it shot itself, that wasn't him. The nose and the eyes are wrong. And there was the change is too much. I know they say voice of skull and he was being tormented and all of that stuff, but Trump had already said he's going to look into all that stuff. And I know when they say that, when Trump says that, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to send money, we're going to send these to Ukraine, we're going to do this, it's already done. So that was already done. He was already out of there, and that was a replacement. That's what I feel. Next. Secret Space Force is Solar Warden, and they're working with the Space Force that we know. That's the surface kind of cover. And they're composed of 2 main branches, Radiant Guardian and Radiant Glory. Radiant Guardian guards the inside between the sun and the asteroid belt, and the asteroid belt out is Radiant Glory. It is true it went around the backside of the moon. It main purpose was to set up quantum system, because the part of the system, none of it's on Earth. The closest part is on the moon, the backside of the moon. And so that was its primary thing, that it went up and it's just a regular craft, and like the first, craft, the Apollo system, that's not what went to the moon, because you can't get outside the radiation belt with that. You can't survive out there. Due to radiation, you can't get, there's all kinds of debris from small asteroids to, now all kinds of man-made debris. You wouldn't make it. So there are systems of anti-gravity systems that keep them safe. Boy, I don't know. Again, that's a win, but that one is, I can kind of give a timeline. I would expect it to be with the financial system starts to have extreme problems, and then a lot of arrests are happening. One or two of those intertwining. When, I don't know. We have seen the first arrest with Comey, that's visible to everybody. So the arrest warrant's out, and as I said, I'm not sure if he turned himself in, he's arrested, but he's got a limited time, or they'll pick him up. There's nowhere on earth he's going to be able to go. He kind of sticks out like a big sore thumb. There'll be a time to turn it in, a certain grace period that the old money can be turned in for the new coins and the new money. And the Trump dollar, I think, is already out. I think you can get it. Well, democracy in for good, yes. It will depend on the country, what they want to do. The alliance isn't taking away for a country to be, communist, if they want to be communists, or, but they're going to have to obey certain, laws of treating other countries and their peoples in certain ways now. It's not going to be allowed to do trafficking and all that kind of stuff anymore. So there is probably constitutional republic will be, in the end, as we come down to it, in a federated kind of with constitutional republics joining together, will be the nature of the earth, with three spheres of influence being the U.S., Russia, China, and the Saudi Arabian areas. I think eventually Canada, at least the majority, Alberta, British Columbia, a few of those will be U.S. states, maybe the entire thing.
Similar to incarnation, is non-duality true about our existence? And how do we transform our thinking to seeing ourselves one with God?
By letting go of your dark ego. And what most people think is their dark ego is their white ego. They don't even know it. So the thing that's going 60,000 thoughts a day, 90,000 in most people, I don't like the way she dresses. But, she's way better looking than me, and I don't like that. And that's the dark ego. And to learn to control that and meditate, get one with, go out in a nice place in nature, first get to the point you can eventually meditate in a trash pile and be quiet mentally, not 90,000 thoughts a day. So even being me, with having to do all the stuff I do online, there's not a lot of thoughts. I don't have that 90,000. I would say if I'm not doing live streams and everything and it's just a day off, I can remember the thoughts I have. I would say it's 50, 60 thoughts in a day. That's it. So get yourself quiet and go and take time to meditate and focus on the word and of God. In other words, the ek, the sound that creates creation. And my interview I just did with Eden will have the information on that. Same like the Epstein files. First, you'll get 2%. So then you'll get 4%. That's coming from the Epstein files, 4% next. So the 2% we'll get is they brought down aircraft. Roswell was real. That was a non-terrestrial vehicle. They back engineered it. We do have craft. They brought it down and they looked at it and they were working with it, and they got bodies that they retrieved from that are not human, and they look like the standard. I would say they might reveal they look like they got bodies, and they might say what they look like. And then they'll go into a little bit more as time goes on. And it'll drip, 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 and then it'll start going faster and faster and faster and faster. So once we get the first one, which is, I think, coming pretty soon. That's what Trump keeps saying. So we'll see.
Will the attacks from the dark side stop in 4D or 5D?
4D for a time, because of the fact we just went through ascension and the way the galaxy is, it'll stop for the most part after a time. But because the timelines are split, 5D almost completely. But once you leave 5D, it's stopped. I think it's about 85 to 87% now.
It's the 7th of May, 2026. My first story is one that when I first heard about Palantir, I wondered why Trump was promoting it as a company. Because of the fact it's mass surveillance, it's data collection, and it concerned me at the initial outset that it was overreach, etc., etc., etc. Now, as I've just sat back and watched, it makes so much sense. Because it's not about watching so much you and I, which of course it can do. But without them, we wouldn't have all the front door access to the corruption of the City of London, the United Kingdom Corporation, the EU Corporation, the US Corporation. And Palantir will be able to expose through the front door everything, all of the corruption that has happened over the past 10, 20 years. Because they've been collecting the data. They've been collecting all of the information of what's been happening in the City of London, what's been happening in the United Kingdom Corporation, what's been happening in the EU Corporation. Everything is there, hard evidence. We had it many years ago through the back door, thanks to Julian Assange, thanks to Edward Snowden, thanks to the Epstein files. But that's through the back door. It's important that when you take down an establishment, you do everything legally and above board. Otherwise, you leave the opportunity for them to recover and fight back. So now you can see very clearly the benefits of Palantir. That's my first take. Drew, good morning.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. Voting is underway across parts of the UK today, and insiders fear the political map could shift dramatically. Nigel Farage and Reform UK are surging in several regions, especially in Scotland and Wales, where frustration over the economy, immigration and living standards continue to rise. Pressure is mounting on Keir Starmer as markets quietly price in growing political instability.
We're going to see a huge backlash against Keir Starmer. And of course, Starmer rhymes with karma. It's going to come back and bite him in the bottom, which will make a change from the Ukrainian boys biting his bottom. But there's going to be a big change in the landscape of the UK politically. I said 4 to 5 years ago that every government will fall. We're seeing that in the UK. And that what is happening is you've got Restore and Reform that will transition us away from the old two-party system. They will transition us away from government towards governance. You can't do it overnight. It takes time. But we're watching the transition and we're watching the dismantling of an old system. The old cronies. My biggest concern is even in the new parties, we've spoken to a number of the new candidates over the past year or so. And it's amazing how they're tarred with the same brush, but they're not as dirty. It takes time. It doesn't happen overnight. One particular question that we were putting to some of them was about taking up the case of human trafficking, child trafficking. The other was about the rape gangs, just as little testers to see where they're at. And in theory, they were very much behind us. But in practice, just like the old mob, They went very quiet. We're actually having to do something. So don't get overexcited, but we're heading in the right direction. Not everything is going to work out overnight. It takes time to drain the swamp. Even in the new parties, there are going to be swamp creatures and swamp monsters. My next story is a very interesting one in the UK. There's a young lady in the UK called Hannah, and she has a website called notaperson.org. And she has now proven that you do not need to file a tax return. Now, don't just stop paying tax. I haven't paid tax for 43 years, but I've done it within the law. You have to do things correctly. And for those people watching, in 1983, I became a resident in Gibraltar, tax-free, lived in Spain, was allowed to do that. My business was run out of Gibraltar. Then 10 years later, I became a resident in Zug, Z-U-G, in Switzerland. Incredibly low taxes. For 10 years, I had a house there, overlooking Lake Zug, beautiful part of the world, tax-free. And then in 2003, I became a resident in Dubai, tax-free, within the law. The most important thing is to do things lawfully, to do things correctly. You can't just stop doing things because somebody else has done it. You have to do it correctly. And I would urge every single one of you to have a look at notaperson.org. Have a look at that website and see where you sit. But do it correctly. She was also challenged by a paralegal. And she came out and said, this is the reason that I've done this, this, and this. And you're conflicting two things. The old system will conflict many things and try and cause chaos to hope that you back down. But you have rights, God-given rights. Stand up for them, because if you don't, they'll take them away. Drew.
Next up, tensions between Donald Trump and Pope Leo XIV are exploding into the open air. Senior Vatican officials have now publicly criticised Trump's attack on the Pope after disputes over immigration, Iran, and nuclear theoretic. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio is expected to hold a tense meeting with Pope Leo as both sides attempt to cool the growing diplomatic clash.
But this is all part of the pantomime, and this is all to wake people up. We've said so many times, this is all pantomime. This is all a movie. There are certain things, and I alluded to it yesterday, about the three guys that escaped from Alcatraz and were given a part in the movie. So this movie's been going on for 60 years. It's a bit like Rocky. Rocky 1, Rocky 2, Rocky 3. Which one are we on right now? I have no idea. But it's all a movie and it's all continuing. My final story is very interesting because it's the difference between government and business. Remember that Donald Trump is not a politician. He's a businessman. In business, if you're going to spend money, you weigh up risk and reward. You assess the risk and you look at the reward. That's how business operates. Otherwise, you go bankrupt. When you're in government, you spend, and you don't actually analyse what you've spent until years later, just before you're about to leave office. And you wonder why we're in a mess. We're run by idiots who haven't got a clue how to manage money. And that's why your taxes are so high. That's why the debt is so high, because the people who are running the world right now are completely and utterly incompetent. And they think they have a bottomless pit of money, which they do have because we've allowed them to do it. It's time to take back control, and Trump is changing that. And for those people who are panicking about Trump, don't panic. He's the last president. I've told you that before. I'm telling you again, a little reminder. He's the last president. So don't worry about what's coming next. He's the last president. That was the news. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good day. Bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye.
All right, folks, welcome to Nino's Corner.tv. I'm joined with Juan O'Savin. Juanito, can you hear me? Juanito, what's going on?
Nino. Oh my gosh.
We got to keep doing it.
If the bond crisis doesn't get you, and the school crisis and the alien invasion and the meteorites don't get you, something's going to get you, right?
I mean, I called you. I said, what the hell is this? What's going on? And then here it is. There's this
up to space. Apologize. I had a call and I had to send it away.
But what I mean by that is, what I mean by that, Juanito, is Candace and all these big podcasters that are jumping ship when the arrests start. Whose side? What are they going to say? What I mean. You know what I mean? It's like, what are they going to get back on the bandwagon? How's this going to work out for them? Or are they just going to hate Trump all the way through?
I think for most people, once you've decided you're on the other side, you've picked a lane. It's hard to come back and forth. They wouldn't want to come back and forth anyway because they believe that they're right or whatever. So everybody gets to pick a lane. They pick their lane. So that's the way it is.
I mean, as long as this Iran war keeps perpetuating, keeps going, I mean, they're going to keep bashing Trump. My question to you, Juanito, is how are we saving Israel for last? Because I got to tell you, I even get tempted myself to jump ship when I just see how much ass kissing there is for Israel.
Well, hold on. Let's talk about this for a second. What is it that you think would be the correct action that Trump should take in dealing with Israel? What would satisfy you?
So, I mean, admitting that Gaza was genocide, number one. Number two, admit that we are funding the greater state of Israel. Number three, when we finish with Iran, whenever that is, we stop funding Israel and send them on their fucking way.
Okay, well,
and then get Benjamin Netanyahu for war crimes. How about that? Let's do that too.
Okay, well, so let's pick about them one at a time. The first one is, say it again. What was the first one?
Admitting the genocide of Gaza.
Yeah, okay,
all right.
So
I mean, there's a lot here. I don't know.
Well, again, I don't think it's realistic to think that we were ever going to solve the Mideast without some kind of, very direct stuff, including with Iran. The center of terrorism on the planet has been Iran. The center of the money laundering, working with the Brits and everybody else, has been Iran. The money laundering going up through Ukraine, through the Vatican, through 1,000 other places you haven't ever even realized, let alone China and everything else. So you have to get in there and deal with that at some point. And by the way, part of the reason for dealing with Iran before dealing with Israel is because the Israeli lobby, remember, the largest lobbying group in Washington, D.C. is the Israelis. The second largest, little tidbit that people fail to understand.
What's the second largest? You broke up.
Together, or OPEC, let's say, the law done by our politicians, it's, who'll pay them the most to, do it. Lots of people. So this situation has been going on for quite a while, and it is doing. he's eliminating threats towards Israel that Israel uses. Well, you got to give us more. You got to give us more. We're the only ones who provide stability. Well,